Check, 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 check.
Greetings, my name is Andriy Suslenko. Pledge Project and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities are inviting you to the conference, which is called International Conference Changing Cities, Achievements and Prospects. I'll be with you all day, and we plan to spend 4.5 hours. We'll be discussing the results of the Pledge Project. Since 2015, this project has been helping 16 municipal partners to change for the better. Now allow me to present in more detail about what exactly are we going to do during the conference. And also allow me to remind you that today with us we have English-speaking guests, English-speaking participants.
Conference either in English or in Ukrainian. We have a simultaneous translation for you.
So now the translation is always available for you in English and Ukrainian. This is for the guests who are now watching us from outside the studio. So we will have 5 segments. Segment 1, the welcome segment, welcoming and opening remarks, and we will be speaking about why this day is important, why this conference is happening today. Then we will have 4 panel discussions, and we will be looking at some fantastic videos, which in details will be telling you about the results of the Pledge Project in Ukraine for the last almost 6 years. And I want to tell you, I'm going to quote actually, and the great friend of the Pledge Project, his name is Yuri Feluk, and probably today you will be hearing him. So, speaking about successes of the project, the idea of the city that will become a comfortable environment for business development of modern-day art and education has united a lot of active people who participate in introduction of positive change and positive transformation. Speaking about transformation, change, speaking about the results, speaking about the contribution that the Pledge Project has made, that's the topic of the discussion today. And we will begin with our first guest in the studio. And allow me to ask you to welcome Alexandra Kusherenko, the Pledge Project Director. Alexandra, good afternoon and welcome. Oleg Voitovich with us today. He is the Deputy State Secretary, Cabinet of Ministers. Oleg, welcome as well. So also we will have later today Larissa Galadze with video presentation, Alexander Slobozhan, Chief Executive Officer from the AUC, and Carol Saab, the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities from Toronto. So today we will start by asking Alexandra Kusherenko to present. But before you do this, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to be here for 5 years of this project and allowing us to take part in this development. So thank you very much. Thank you, Andriy. Allow me to welcome all of the participants and the guests. This is the final conference of the Pledge Project, which has been implemented by the FCM for the last 6 years with the financial support of the Canadian government. We have called this event International Conference Changing Cities, Achievements and Prospects. Why? Because we do not want to consider this conference as the final one. Well, it's indeed the discussion of results of the work of the FCM in Ukraine, together with the project team, during last 10 years. These were the years of work aimed at improving municipal sector in Ukraine, also aimed at introduction of democratic governance, municipal governance, and also acceleration of economic growth of Ukrainian municipalities. Having worked side by side with our partners, with the AUC as our constant partner, 16 municipalities. And actually, in total, it's more than 16. It's around 30 municipalities of Ukraine. And also having worked with expert community who actively participated, representatives of the civil society and representatives of the SMEs. With them all together, we have attained some significant results, impressive results. Success stories, by the way. And many of them are reflected. If you could follow the hashtag Changing Cities, you will find them there. That's the series of applications. We are talking about examples of some comprehensive change in municipal management. We're talking about managing at the municipal level and cooperation between residents and governments. We're talking about also some stories behind real people and the stories of successes and challenges which people who care overcome on the path of the reform process. Why? Because the decentralization reform, which this year has become irreversible, which has become sustainable. It actually makes us confident that these products, that these achievements, the results of the project, the training courses, the methodology, the guidebooks, and best practices, all that will become useful and helpful for the mayors, newly elected mayors of Ukrainian municipalities, and also staff members of the city, and also representatives of the civil society and SMEs. So with that, hopefully they will improve lives of their citizens and communities. So this event will take place during 2 days. Day 1, online conference. Day 2, we will have meetings at the level of the regional studios with the partners. So allow me to wish you a fruitful and interesting discussion today and tomorrow, and I wish you success in fighting challenges and overcoming obstacles, which we will see in the future. Alexandra, thank you so much. Allow me to remind you, yesterday while we were preparing for this event, Alexandra said, look, that's the final stage. It should be something we have to enjoy. Let's enjoy, let's have fun, and let's just be open to the information. So almost 6 years were fantastic, and the results are phenomenal. So now allow me to ask Larisa Galadze, Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, to present. Let's start the video.
Welcome to you all. It is an honor for me to open this final pledge project event. Today, it's important not to warn an ending, but to celebrate an accomplishment. I will do that by first commending our pledged Canadian and Ukrainian colleagues, experts, trainers, and regional coordinators. You have all worked very hard over the past 5 years with our partner municipalities, oblasts, administrations, relevant ministries, and the Association of Ukrainian Cities. I know that you will see the results of your work for many years to come. To our partner cities and to the Association of Ukrainian Cities, I hope that our work together has strengthened the governance and business environment in your communities. I expect that you find yourself better able to engage your citizens and businesses, ensuring that everyone is heard and no one is left behind. In the same way, you are now better able to make your voice heard with the policymakers in Kyiv. And I can very proudly say that you, our partner cities and the Association of Ukrainian Cities, have put gender equality and inclusivity at the top of your agendas. You have become champions of change. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating how cities have changed in the past 5 years. Canada is proud to have worked with you, to have supported your ideas, to innovate in your cities, actively engaging vulnerable groups, and developing businesses that give back to their communities. This is the kind of change that Canada champions in Ukraine. Change that benefits everyone. Change that, because of its positive results for citizens, can truly be called progress. Before I forget, I would like to also express my gratitude to our Canadian experts that have guided you in your work, even during the difficult times of the pandemic. And despite the fact that Pledge is coming to an end, Canada will continue to work with you. We will continue to advocate for your voices to be heard, and we will continue to encourage you to engage with the legislators and decision makers in Kyiv. In the same way, we hope that you will continue to engage with your own citizens on all matters of importance to them, that you will continue to innovate inclusively, building on the Pledge experience for the benefit of all your community members. So, even though this is the last time we meet in the framework of this project, I will not say goodbye, but I will say that I look forward to working with you in continuing decentralization reform that delivers the best progress for all Ukrainian citizens.
Дякую, пані посол.
Thank you, dear ambassador. Thank you.
Переходимо назад до студії. Олег Войтович сьогодні
Right now we have Oleg Voitovich with us. Oleg, so welcome, and now you have the floor, please. Well, it's a very important but also a sad moment. We are summarizing the work, and we are talking about also summarizing a certain phase. So we are talking about launching a new phase. And the implementation of the project actually was happening during the most active phase of decentralization reform. And we are talking about the reorganization and decentralization of local governments, and that is a true evidence of choosing the right topic of the project, the right areas of work, and the right tools that were used for this purpose. Because based on the latest survey carried out by the International Sociology Institute of Kiev, almost 60% of Ukrainian citizens support the decentralization reform in Ukraine. And therefore, this work was very important. Also, speaking in general about decentralization reform, which has to do with the project, we can find a lot of direct links because the key tasks for the decentralization reform was to help with a reallocation of powers between the central government, regional government, local government, and also the purpose was to allow local governments to improve their financial situation so they could fulfill their obligations and responsibilities and powers. Also, we are talking about improving local democracy and stimulating intermunicipal cooperation. In fact, the Pledge project was working along these lines, and it was working very successfully. And there are no other thoughts apart from the thought that this work was very interesting, necessary, successful, and very much in demand at the local level. So I, myself, personally know that the developments of the project and other results, they are being used outside the pilot oblasts as well, in other municipalities and other oblasts of Ukraine, and this will have a snowball effect. So, of course, I would like to thank the FCM, the Government of Canada, and the personnel of the project, and the partners of Ukraine, so the AUC, the Association of Ukrainian Cities, the leadership, the members of the community, the municipalities who took part in the project actively, for showing care, for a commitment to the project. And I hope that we are now summarizing just a certain phase in the development, and in the future we'll have many more things to do so that the reform of decentralization with the help of Canadian government could actually come to fruition and will produce good results and use for Ukraine, right? I want to believe in this as well. So when we were working as consultants, when we were working in the Pledge project, we've met a lot of different communities from different municipalities, and I agree completely with what you said. It was very good to see how community representatives want to develop and what exactly they do for this and how ready they are to learn to work more. For me, that was very, very touching. And that actually hardened me, if I can put it this way. So we were working very hard. Now let's move on. And we have two more speakers and almost 7.5 minutes for this segment. So allow me to say also that all these segments have certain timing. Alexander Slobozhan will join us a little bit later, and also Carol Saab is online. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities from Ottawa, not from Toronto.
Вам слово.
Hello, good morning. Добрый день.
Добрий день.
Dear partners, distinguished guests, mayors and councillors in Ukraine and Canada, government representatives, Canadian embassy staff, my counterpart, Alexander Slobozhan, CEO of AUC, Pledge team, and FCM colleagues, greetings from Canada. My name is Carol Saab. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. At FCM, we represent 2,000 municipalities and 90% of the population of Canada. It's my honor to be with you. Canada has been a long-standing supporter of Ukraine, particularly in governance, decentralization reform, and transforming the municipal sector. And FCM has worked in Ukraine for over 10 years through the MLED and Pledge projects, promoting principles of good governance, and particularly the political and economic empowerment of women leaders. Our local elected officials and experts have been sharing their expertise and knowledge with municipal leaders in 28 Ukrainian cities, as well as within partnership with the Association of Ukrainian Cities, and FCM is proud of our work in Ukraine. The name of the conference, Changing Cities, is symbolic. The work that has been done with 16 Ukrainian partner cities by Pledge is nothing short of transformative. We know it from the Change Cities success stories in social media. We hear about it from our partners in Ukraine and from our colleagues here in Canada as well. And for all of us involved in the program over the last 6 years, there's immense satisfaction in knowing that the impact of our work will live on. Our governance and local economic development work in Ukraine continues to add value, not only in Ukraine, but also in other countries where FCM has a development footprint. For example, a tool on local economic development for Ukrainian mayors was translated and used by FCM's program in sustainable and inclusive local governments in Colombia and Peru. Our local economic development guides and the social entrepreneurship guide are also widely used. These tools have come full circle and are shared as a foundation for our fellow local economic development practitioners in Canada. We even learned recently that the local economic development guide is used as course material in one of Canada's post-secondary programs. Pledge has done amazing work, of which I'm personally incredibly proud, and we thank deeply our Ukrainian and Canadian partners for engaging so meaningfully. Your partnership is valuable, and I'm so pleased it delivered local value for you, both in Ukraine and for us in Canada. With partners, municipalities, and our wonderful diaspora community in Canada benefiting so much from the partnership between Canadian and Ukrainian municipalities. FCM has been and is a longstanding partner of the Government of Canada in this space, both in Canada and internationally, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate to ensure women have every opportunity to participate fully in economic, social, and political life of their community. I'm optimistic we will have an opportunity to continue to build on this work together in the future. So thank you again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Дякую.
Thank you, Carol. Дякую, пані Carol.
Alexandra, I want to ask you a question. So, how do you see this conference? Because Carol said that let this conference be fun and productive, but how do you see this conference itself? Well, this conference should complete with the belief that everything we are talking about here is real and the change is possible. We'll be talking about complicated things and the achievements, but our emphasis today is not on the achievements, but on the challenges that we face and what it takes for us to make the next step and what kind of next step we're supposed to make. And the next step is not just about the new donor assistance. The key thing here is that the AUC, the municipalities, will be able to do things already now. They have enough knowledge, they're smart enough, they have the skills to do this. The key thing is for them to believe that the municipalities are not just about management, it's also about residents. And they work for the residents, for the citizens. And these are the things I would like to discuss. And I want to speak about all this honestly because we have nothing to hide. Oleg, would you agree with Alexander? Can we say already that the citizens are ready for change? And if they're ready to deliver, to make this change happen? I am convinced that the residents are ready. They've been ready a long time ago, and this case, that we have in Ukraine for the last couple of years. We had the revolution, we have the war, and the citizens invest a lot, and the citizens are ready to have more. The discussion during the conference will be high level and professional, I'm confident, because there are a lot of people who take part in the project implementation, and these people are the best experts in this field, in the area where they work, and these people are caring people. So the discussion is going to be very good. In your presentation, you mentioned that with you that the project is running its end, you still believe that the framework which we have adapted, the way we now can develop, are now clear to everybody. You just said that the citizens are ready for change. They want change. Can we expect additional projects with the Government of Canada, with the Pledge project? What do you think? That was a very tricky question.
We will be happy to obtain any assistance, and especially an assistance from such a great country as Canada, because Canada is our long-time and very responsible partner, one of the closest allies we have at present. And your answer is quite understandable. And Mr. Alexander, and after we complete this official program and during the Q&A session, you will be able to give an answer to the question whether Canada is going to support Ukraine in the future with similar projects. Esteemed guests from Ukraine, from other countries, you know that after the official program is going to be completed, we are going to open the Q&A session after 4 hours of this program. And please prepare your questions to the representatives of the Pledge Project and to the speakers, the moderators, whom you are going to meet during this conference. And now we are going to take a short technical pause, and you will see that we will be able to screen the videos, and we are going to pause from time to time. We are in the television studio, and this is a technologically difficult work, and there could happen, certain difficulties. So please accept those. And
До ефіру. Як бачите, технологічно усе в нас влаштовано.
So, everything worked. The technology worked. Thank you for staying with us. And our first discussion is starting now. And the next 50 minutes we are going to spend discussing the topic of how gender equality impacts social and economic development of the Ukrainian municipalities. Ms. Laura Kag is the moderator of this meeting.
Головною радницею проекту «Проміс» з питань
Laura is the advisor to the Pledge Project, and Ms. Anastasia Papsui is our student, and she is the head of the European Assembly of Deputy Women. And you are in the studio, both of you, and we are going also to hear from Alexander Slobozhan. I hope he will be able to join us. He is the executive director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities, and Olena Tikhomirova, the expert of the Pledge Project on the issues of gender equality, and Ms. Alexandra Grigorovich, the member of the Melitopol City Council. Welcome all of you, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Laura Hug.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to this discussion with our panelists about gender mainstreaming in the economic and social development of our communities and how local governments can support gender equality. Before I ask our panelists to jump in on some key questions, I wanted to share a few thoughts with you all. A fundamental principle of local economic development is that before you embark on different efforts, you need to really know and understand your assets in your community. So what assets are there? They're your people, your human assets. It could be for a community, its location, its natural resources, maybe it's educational or medical institutions. But all these assets in the community should be used and engaged with to develop businesses and to develop an attractive business climate so you do attract to those investors. And I think something very similar can be said for the social development of communities. You have to look at your assets. And your key, I think, unrealized assets are your people in your community. Our communities are made up of people from different backgrounds, different experiences, different genders, different ages and abilities. And when a community thinks about social development, it needs to truly engage all the members of the community. Because if you think about the citizens that are there who have this different insight and experience, when you tap into that, local governments can develop better, more inclusive services. Businesses can develop products and other services that will be beneficial to the rest of the community. Those same members of the community can bring their lived experience in creating art and culture in the community and helping to create that key social connection and creating social cohesion. So I hope throughout our discussion today, we will, of course, revisit discussing about the most important assets our communities have, which is our people. So first off, I'd like to start if Alexander Slobozhan is ready online to ask him a few questions, the head of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. I don't think Alexander is available right now. I know that he is on the road, so it might be a situation where he's not been able to join in. So first and foremost, I'd like to recognize and invite Olena Tikomirova, our gender equality expert who's calling in from Toronto. And Olena, thank you so much for a very early good morning to you. Olena, you were involved with the social entrepreneurship course that was developed with Pledge. I wonder if you could take us back and help us understand, why was this course developed? Why was this women's entrepreneurship course developed? Who is it for? And what was the expected results? Olena?
Вітаю. Доброго сонячного ранку з Торонто.
I would like to wish you a very good morning from Toronto, and we have a sunny morning today. And thank you for inviting me. And before giving you an answer, I would like to use this opportunity and thank all our partners and all the participants of our trainings, activities, events, educational events dedicated to the gender topic. And I think that thanks to you, Ukraine will be able to provide the equal rights for the citizens of both genders. And I would like to go back to the beginning of the project. It was 2015. Ukraine, at that point of time, was in the world rating of gender equality in 67th place out of 145. And Canada was at the 30th place. At present, Ukraine is at the 59th place, and Canada is on the 19th place in this rating. And whether the progress is obvious or not, on the one hand, one has to aspire the progress and to overcome the difficulties, but each step in this rating, and I would like to remind you that Ukraine and Canada has actually overcome 6 levels in this rating, and each of these levels gives us an opportunity to find new ways for development of women and girls. And each level is just a brick in constructing the Ukrainian communities. And at present, we have developed the free of charge online course for development of women's entrepreneurship. And it was developed by the Pledge Project. And answering the question of Laura as for why we decided to develop this course and why this course and why in this format, I would like to tell you the following. The topic of gender equality is a transversal question of the Pledge Project, but a Pledge Project was always trying to do even more. And we started to develop this course to give certain prerequisites for the economic development to increase the success of the society and for each individual who lives in this society. A number of surveys tell us that the support of women and girls in the business brings about the sustainable local economic development and is useful for the whole communities. There is no success where the potential of all the population is being used. And again, it is confirmed by the data of a lot of surveys. During 5 years, the project has been working in engaging women and girls to entrepreneurship through competition, contests, trainings, grants, and support of women's entrepreneurship, and including thereof into the strategic documents, through support of the women's business associations, through extension of the Canadian experience, and in general the best practices, international best practices. And we decided to collect all those ideas, developments together in the modern format so that it will be easy to use this information and thus to transfer this unique experience to the communities, the experience which has been accumulated by the Pledge Project during 5 years of its implementation. The second part of our question, Laura, who this course was meant for. Target audience of this course is much wider than only women who are already engaged in the entrepreneurial activities. Definitely, the women entrepreneurs can participate in this training and find a lot of useful material in that. But the course was developed also thinking about how other key players can help these women, and in particular the local government authorities and the NGOs and business associations. We have identified these three groups who would be interested in development of women's entrepreneurship. And, well, this would be a resource to provide this support, which is so necessary. And we have developed a certain advice which can empower women and unleash the potential and help them to attain their own goals and objectives, and everybody will win from this. Our course has 3 modules, and within these modules, one can find out about the benefits of development of women entrepreneurship in the community, what the community gets from it. Also, it is possible to look at the specific features of the women entrepreneurship and the specific support which has to be given to the women entrepreneurship. And also within these models, it is possible to learn about the practical tools for the NGOs, local government authorities, and business associations, the documents, templates, advice, checklists, everything which could be used in practical work. And in the modules, we have collected these success stories, both in Ukraine and in Canada, and the best practices of both countries, which have been collected from the results of the Pledge Project. Within these modules, one can learn also about the effective communication, organization of the mentorship, and also networking for the entrepreneurs. All these students of this course get a better understanding of why and how and what for it is necessary to support women and girls in their entrepreneurial activities. Also to obtain the tools which will give an opportunity to support these women entrepreneurs in real life. So I would like to invite you to this training course. You will get a lot of additional materials. You will be able to write very interesting tests, get a certificate, but the most important thing is you will obtain a lot of knowledge. By the way, we have 1,600 participants which have been registered to this course, and well, a lot of them have already obtained the certificates. And quite recently.
Find this course on the Adara platform, correct? Great. Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you for the interesting information about the course. And it's hard to believe that I know it was only launched last year, and we already have 1,600 people taking it. That's so wonderful. Thank you. Actually, now we're going to set our sights on the wonderful city of Melitopol. Alexandra Gogorovich, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I really appreciate you being able to join us, since the Deputy Mayor, Irina Rudakova, was unable to join us today. And it was great to visit your city last October. I thoroughly enjoyed it. One of the great things about Melitopol is that you guys have been a leader in gender-oriented budgeting. And Pledge has helped 10 cities launch this. And looking at Melitopol, I wonder if you could share with us, so why did Melitopol decide to launch gender-oriented budgeting, and what kind of practical benefits there are for citizens?
Дякую за запитання. Доброго дня, Лора.
Thank you for your question. Good morning. Good afternoon, Laura. Good morning, Anastasia. Good morning. Good afternoon, all the participants of the conference. I would like to send you best regards from Ms. Irina Rudakova, who is the deputy mayor, but she was not able to deliver, this report today, and she put me in charge of sharing her ideas with you. We would like to thank Pledge Project for being for helping us to be able to implement a lot of projects. And the results of our cooperation were much more than we expected. We have developed the marketing strategy. We have our own brand. Our program was promoting of our products into international markets. And also we have obtained the instruments for engaging foreign investment. And we would like to thank the project for implementing the initiative of using the gender indicators into the passport of the city. Gender budgeting today is a way to efficiently use the budget funds and a tool which helps us to improve the gender equality. And thanks to the Pledge Project, we were able to tap on the best practices, and it inspired us to practical steps. First of all, we have realistic tools of gender analysis. In 2018, we have joined the European Charter for Equality of Men and Women and participation of communities, and we created the Deputy Group of Equal Opportunities. In 2018, we have identified the coordinator for implementing the program for equal opportunities for men and women. And Irina Slavova, the deputy of the local council, is the head of the Ukrainian Democratic Women's Network. And we are not only using the innovative instruments, but we are developing our best practices on the basis of these instruments. And actually, you can see our brand just right here. In Melitopol, for the third year now, we are passing the local program to improve the diagnostics of the cancer in the residents of Melitopol. We have carried out gender analysis, and we have identified that there were women usually are treated in the hospitals on regular basis, but usually the men get into the hospitals for in terms of getting urgent assistance and urgent helps. But at present, we have launched a program for screening of men and women, and we have actually screened 3,000 women and men. And during the previous year, the men have obtained 263 services. And the percentage of identifying the pathologies is 25% from everybody screened, the people who were screened within this program. And this program is being financed from the local budget. And now we in Melitopol have the Club of Businesswomen, thanks to the cooperation with the Pledge Project, and we started to implement the social entrepreneurship, and we have tapped on the best practices in Canada. And in 2019, we have created the Crisis Center in Melitopol, and in this Crisis Center, the women are obtaining the assistance, the women who find themselves in difficult life conditions, and also the victims of domestic violence are obtaining the assistance of this crisis center. And we are operating a shelter for the victims of domestic violence, and we are going to continue developing it. Melitopol is a center of big sub-region. The southern part of the oblast is densely populated, and we are supporting the initiatives which are directed at improving gender equality. Now, we are providing the social services to the vulnerable groups of population, and we are ready to continue fruitfully cooperate with the team of professionals in the next project of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which hopefully will be implemented in this country. And we are trying to support our human capital and its development.
I appreciate it. And it was fascinating to hear that in your analysis, you realized that men weren't accessing the same level of services that women are. do you plan to apply that gender-oriented budgeting lens to other programs in your city?
Of course. We are now working on it. We are now working on the youth policy program and then physical culture and sports program. So we want to apply gender budgeting to that. So we are talking about specific spending for boys and girls who take part in different athletic activities. So we will be working on this even in the future.
And Alexandra, because this relates to our next guest, Nurgul Alsobekova, is that I want to ask you about data. How long did it take you to collect the data you needed to come up with those results?
Well, we have the Medical Health Statistics Center. And 1 hour ago, I spoke to them and I requested the numbers, and they gave me the numbers specifically 1 hour ago. So this gender segregated statistics is being organized very quickly. So the analysis is working and collecting data is fast in my case. So our program is built in a way where we can collect statistical information very quickly, and that's about gender budgeting. That is a system which allows us to collect proper segregated information.
I really appreciate it. And now I'm happy to welcome Nurgul Asabekova, who is a friend, and she is the director of Advancing Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment through Decentralization Reform of Ukraine. Nurgul joins us online, and hearing about the data, I know that your project is working a lot with data and collecting disaggregated data as well for your work. Can you tell me a little bit about, in working at the local level, some of the successes and challenges of collecting this needed data to promote gender equality?
Дякую, Лора.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, dear colleagues from the Pledge Project, for allowing me to present on this platform. So, Pledge Project, same as all Canadian projects, is showing very well this comprehensive gender equality approach, the SOP, the algorithm, which is based on some very thorough collection of data, evidence, analysis, and then based on this, they will work on policies, which is evidence-based. And also, that's how they will promote result-oriented governance and UN Women in this regard within our mandate includes and uses a lot of planning and program interventions, which is based on not just gender segregated data, but here it's important to mention cross desegregation and also segregated by age, segregated by other features and characteristics, so that we could properly develop the policy measures and so that we could adjust services. So right now I'd like to also send you my regards from Volyn. I'm now participating in a field trip. We are visiting communities and we see the need. We are trying to understand the size of the need of the communities which recently amalgamated, and they are now working on the passport, community passport, and then economic development program. They have to also develop their budgets. That is happening very quickly. So what are the needs in collecting high quality, reliable, segregated data? Availability of segregated data at the level of territorial communities is a comprehensive problem of Ukraine. There were no census in place for a very long time, and for many communities, even they do not know how much of population they have for their calculations, and they need it for budgeting, for services. That is a huge problem because manual count is not possible and it's quite expensive. That's why they are basing themselves on very old census information, which has a huge margin of error. So, speaking about things, our project works. We are the co-chairs of the Gender Equality Subgroup, which is working at the Donors Council in the Ministry of Regional Development, and we are also cooperating with Pledge project and other colleagues because we want all our interventions for data collection, which are happening in the basis of the project, and it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive to collect data, to organize training, because we're talking about project funding. And for us, it's very important to understand that the projects come and go, but the knowledge, the methodology, the regulations, the norms, they have to stay locally. They have to be owned by municipal partners for whom we are doing all this, for whom we produce this high quality analysis, and for whom we are piloting the innovations. So for us, it's very important to work with the Ministry of Regional Development and all other projects, because we understand very well that all the projects are working on data collection and data analysis, those that work in the context of local planning, sustainable regional development. So we just cannot work without all this. So we have to capitalize on the knowledge, and we have to institutionalize. That's why our project is working to develop a standard passport of the territorial community, a gender-sensitive passport, with a standard list of indicators which are useful to understand what kind of data we are using, for which purpose, because you can collect data, all kinds of data. And when we started this work, many data was available, but nobody was using them for planning and for budgeting. So also we are helping the Ministry of Regional Development and the Ministry of Social Policy to develop a standard gender equality profile of the territorial community, and also oblast profile, because we want to have comparable data. We want to see what kind of indicators we can use to compare the progress at the local level, how they are progressing, how they are closing the gap in gender equality and demographics, social inequality. And in this context, I want to also speak about COVID-19 situation. And UN Women was collecting data about it as well all across Ukraine. And we were working on a comprehensive report which has shown, yet again, this comprehensive structural gaps which deteriorate the process. And COVID-19 is unprecedented. That's the unprecedented crisis, which has to do with the pandemic, but also it's a huge economic and social crisis which will last for a very long time. We are living through a recession, and we have to forecast some long-term measures how to fight this, how to not increase the gender equality gap, and how we can use political, financial, economic resource for this. So it's very important for us to have good partnerships, so that the data which we collect, the data which we analyze with our pilot communities, this model, this algorithm, it has to be replicable in other communities. And when our project runs its course, we want to have some good guidance which can be used for real change in lives of real people. We were on the way, and we were discussing the road conditions and how well they clean the roads. So in my case, the road was cleaned, and we saw piles of snow on the bus stops, and there were elderly people, children, on those bus stops. And imagine how hard for them it is to actually, jump over those piles of snow and not actually get run over by an oncoming traffic. So it's very hard. They have to go from that bus station, board the bus, jump here, step there. It's very dangerous. And the standard of cleaning roads should change. So it has to be centered on people. And there are so many examples locally. If they cannot spend public money, right, they cannot give service, but at the end, people cannot really use it because it's not people-centric. That ends my presentation. So if you have questions, I will happily answer.
I love your example of, yes, the roads are clean, but unfortunately, the people who are waiting there at the bus stop can't even reach the bus and can't get there safely. And I think that's a great example if we think about the human assets, the people in our community and their experiences and their different abilities, how we have to think differently about delivering more inclusive government services. I wonder, one question for you. I wonder in your work, we've been, Alexandra talked about data and how it's influencing their decision making. Can you give us an example from the work that you're doing right now from another city that has perhaps changed a service based on this data, this evidence-based decision-making that you and the project are encouraging in your partner communities?
Well, speaking about our gender equality assessment, when we identified the gap in provision of services and the most vulnerable people were affected. So we discussed it with the pilot communities, and we were helping them to change very quickly because you see local authorities ended up in a very hard situation. On one hand, they were supposed to very quickly deploy some service provision, but on the other hand, the revenue base shrinked at the local level because of the lockdown, because of other things. So for them, they have to really show some ingenuity in the conditions where they have less money, but they need to provide more services, and there has to be some kind of continuity, right, when we're talking about essential services. So in this case, we have very good example from communities who organized new services, new projects, so-called social taxi. And they were also providing training to people with disabilities to actually operate those cabs so that people could make money and at the same time provide safe transportation in the conditions of lockdown for vulnerable people. So people had to be taken to dialysis. People with disabilities had to be taken to the rehab centers. So it should not be interrupted. We had people with some severe chronic diseases who also should be able to get help. So these kind of projects, which are very promising, because, we now realize that you can use people with disabilities after you train them, after you invest in these people. They can provide cab services, and you can provide an interrupted service. And we are improving the safety protocols for people so that people in the conditions of lockdown can still get the service. So that's just one small example. Of course, the budgets are small. It's very hard for everybody, but when we look at the situation from the standpoint of community development, not as development of infrastructure or companies or factories, but from the standpoint of how people live in this community, what they have the right for mobility. That's a fundamental right. So there has to be some kind of transportation between communities. Some communities are very kind of prolonged. It takes a while to travel from one end of the community to the other. And if you don't have proper transportation, people feel isolated. They cannot travel. So we are talking about better access for people and access to high quality services. And in this regard, we are trying to establish that kind of approach, which will be used by default. In one community, they decided to develop and start owning a service provision center because there was one, but it was too far away. So they opened up their own service provision center, and people don't travel anymore to a different town for this service. We understand that it's costly for the budget, but this approach is quite beneficial because that is for the people, for better quality of life, and so the people could feel happier. That's the right approach when it's based on human rights and gender equality. So that's the example I wanted to give.
Great. Thank you so much, Nergal, because you actually really brought in what Olena was talking about in women's entrepreneurship, developing business, the economic and social development, and a great example of out of this crisis, this pandemic crisis, new businesses and new services that are more inclusive have been able to be developed and implemented. Thank you so much. For our last guest, who is, I'm so lucky that Anastasia Popsu is in the studio with us. Anastasia, you know, I know that you went to Vancouver in 2019 to the Women Deliver conference. And, you know, sometimes we hear from folks that why is somebody going to a conference? Is there a benefit? You know, you participated and you spoke at that conference. Can you tell us a little bit about why that's important to communities in Ukraine?
Hello, Laura. I'm so happy to be with you today here in the studio. В першу чергу я б хотіла
First and foremost, I wanted to express my gratitude to the Pledge Project and the FCM and the AUC, by the way, who became a very serious partner in my work because I represent local government in Ukraine, and for the for the 6 years I felt the support. I saw the change which was happening because of implementation of projects. So thank you so much for change. Thank you for advancement, not just in the gender equality rating, but also in the area of business development, local government development, and public sector. Speaking about my trip to Vancouver, I think I was very lucky back then when I got the support from the FCM and I took part in the conference. At that time, I was a mayor in one of the cities, and for me that was a significant experience. It was a wonderful experience because that conference was large scale. More than 9,000 participants from all over the world. There were only two, by the way, from Ukraine, and I was the only one who spoke. That was huge responsibility, and I understood three key things which I wanted to mention. Why this is so important, especially for Ukraine. First and foremost, when the local self-government and business representatives, people from the public sector, when we take part in these large-scale events, that creates the feeling like we are part of something global. We are a part of the world, and we are moving together. We are not some kind of country which is totally isolated from the rest of the world. Our trends, our tendencies are very similar, but we just follow our own path. And it's important to see how things develop globally and what kind of experience can apply to Ukraine. Also, we know that the majority of Ukrainians do not read English language news, and that creates information vacuum for the community and for the public sector and for the government, because we lose that feeling of the system of coordinates that Ukraine is supposed to follow. Where we are now, can we compare ourselves to other countries? Are we doing good or not so much? We don't have that kind of vision, don't have that kind of idea, and we are affected by local media owned by local people. Very often the information is distorted. That's why the participation of international events, that's why talking to international partners is key, so that we could develop our capacities to develop in the right direction, so that we could find good partners, and so that we could make lives better for our people. Then it was very good to see how everything was organized and how they took into consideration human rights, interests and demands and needs of all the people. So the level of tolerance, respect, the organization was so good, it was so creative that I was immensely impressed. You know, the largest conference in Istanbul that I attended is way below in my rating, in my personal rating, than the Vancouver conference. So, and I'm now more demanding to myself and to things I'm working on, and I think that it's a huge advantage for people who take part in this kind of activities. One more thing, which is very important. We are talking about good platform for networking, for developing contacts, because at that time I met incredible number of important people, important for my work. Back in 2019, it was before the elections, parliamentary elections, and I, at that time, was sending letters from women's organizations regarding gender equality and gender equality balance in the party lists. So we have one Canadian who has some ancestry in Ukraine, and she actually spoke on video and asked President Zelensky to actually focus on these important things. So I understand that that is a good way of cooperation, which is invaluable because of its impact and the ability to develop networking, support, and cooperation.
Great, fantastic. I heard so many wonderful things about the conference. One other notable thing is that your organization, your civil society organization that you are the head of, received a small grant through the AUC, one of their gender equality initiatives. And, you know, the way these gender equality initiatives operated, they were fairly small, not for a long period of time, maybe 3 to 6 months. And some may say, can we really do something sustainable from 3 to 6 months? What kind of impact can we have from these small grants? And I wonder if you could talk about the project that your organization implemented, and is it sustainable, or what kind of impact did it have?
Так, дійсно. Інколи
Yeah, it is true. Sometimes people say that the funds which are provided by the small grants are not sufficient, but in reality, they have an enormous impact. And I can give you an example of that from my own organization, because twice we have been participating in those competitions, and we have cooperated with the Pledge Project in this area. The first mini grant was the competition for the best women's initiatives of Ukraine, and the funds were really very limited, but in reality they get an impetus to start a very important movement. And every year we are actually conducting this competition, the competition for the best women's initiatives, and we are strengthening these initiatives more and more. And the second project was the psychological support to women during the pandemic. We have carried out a pilot project. It appeared to be very efficient and effective, and now we are developing a larger project, engaging more donors, more partners who have seen the efficiency and effectiveness of this project in other oblasts, in other cities, and it really upscaled. And I believe that such competitions are a place where we can be supported by the international organizations, and actually to improve the image of the NGOs, because, you know, the Ukrainian community does not accept these small initiatives as important ones. But when it is done, these initiatives are implemented with the help of the Embassy of Canada, with the support of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, when we use the experience of our partners outside Ukraine. So mindset of Ukrainian people actually makes them to look more carefully at these projects, and that's very important. And this gives an impetus to developing larger initiatives. And besides, we, as in business, as in the government authorities and in the NGOs, this is a sort of testing for the ability to implement large initiatives, for whether these organizations are responsible. And actually, this test is very good to see how responsible the organization is, and the impetus is given to larger initiatives. So I would like to thank very much for the support we have received. The support is crucially important for us. We hope that the Pledge Project is going to continue operating. Maybe the format will be changed, but we hope that the work which has been done with Pledge will be continued, because it's extremely important.
So what I hear you're saying is that even if it's small, it allows the opportunities for small civil society to demonstrate a positive impact that others may pick up and that could be replicated in other countries. Other communities, I should say. One other question I wanted to ask you, and particularly given your experience as a former mayor, we've talked about here the economic women's entrepreneurship. We've talked about data. We've talked about different angles of how to support the social and economic development of communities to support gender equality. I wonder, what do you think the role is for local government in supporting gender equality, very specifically?
Роль місцевого самоврядування.
The role of local self-government authorities is extremely important, especially after the process of decentralization has been launched and is going on, especially now. And I will give you very simple examples to illustrate the idea. First of all, when I was a mayor, I understood that all the projects, the public initiatives were implemented much quicker and much easier. We were one of the 3 cities in Ukraine who actually signed the European Charter of Equality of Men and Women. And we organized a lot of exclusive projects. We directed our projects at improving the infrastructure and promoted inclusiveness. And I understood how the local self-government can support this process and can help implementing these processes. Because previously I was heading the NGOs, and actually we were moving forward much slower, at a lower pace. But another thing is very important. Last year I have been working as an expert of a large international organizations in 15 cities, and I have been working with the municipalities to improve the policies and the better document development as to the gender equality, inclusiveness in the field, in the cities. And I had a very interesting discussion with the mayor of one of such cities. And I was telling him that it would be nice to have an advisor on gender issues who will be working for the mayor. There will be well-balanced commissions, and there will be gender mainstream documents in the program, local development programs, in the budgets, and in the commission on architecture and roads. Women have to be engaged. Why don't you do that? And he said, oh, and this is my favorite story. And he said, well, Nastya, what do you mean? How women can impact the construction of roads? It's none of women's business. I was trying to explain him that when a woman every day, several times a day, is pushing the preambulator and holds another child by the hand and takes them to school and to the kindergarten. So she has to push this preambulator on a nicely paved road so that the women's footwear and children's footwear would be dry. Also, the pedestrian paths should be sort of protected from the main road, so the child would not rush, under the wheels of the car. And also, the ramps have to be created and for differently abled people. And also, the city has to be well lit so that we can diminish the number of assaults against women. So, but the woman can give an advice of how to improve the life of women and children in the country. We are not talking about roads and schools, but we are talking about the people, about the comfortable life they have in our cities. And this must be a priority. And I persuaded this mayor. This year, I am working with another 15 cities, and we are going to work on their programs to help them to include this component, to get it discussed at the meetings of the councils, to work on these issues with the business community, the level of comfort. And this is not only about the equality of men and of women, but this is a question of the comfortable life in the city. So it must be a priority. authority, and the city authorities have to be engaged into this work. They have to be a driving engine of these programs. And actually, we are now talking about the centers for provision of administrative services in the new amalgamated communities, where sometimes this center could be located far away from some parts of the newly amalgamated communities. That's why they have to rework these centers, re-engineer them, open the branches so that all the citizens will have a good access to the branches of their own.
I know, and thank you so much for that. That really drives it home, just like Nurgul's example of the importance of engaging all your members of your community, of different genders in your services delivery. I know that we have a question in the chat, so I wanted to ask this, and this is for Olena. And Olena, you have about a minute and a half to answer this question. Svetlana writes in, did the project conduct a preliminary assessment of the needs of women and girls before developing the women's entrepreneurship course? Olena?
Так. Дякую за
Thank you for this question, Svetlana. Well, definitely, the project has assessed the needs. We have carried out a poll of the business associations, NGOs, government authorities, the partners of the project who were engaged in similar initiatives. And we have collected a lot of data, and we actually were trying to identify the target audience and put a question to the target audience. And well, we were not offering the services which are important for us, but we were trying to find out from our audience what is important for them. That's the first thing we've done. And besides, we have carried out mini polling as to whether our modules really gave answers to the challenges the participants of the course had. And I can tell you for sure that this was a module which was developed to the request of our audience. And I would like to repeat, and I hope that this course will be helpful to the government authorities. And this is exactly what Anastasia was telling us, that the government authorities actually are the main implementers of all these ideas, and which is directed at reaching the gender equality. Quite often I am asked, what is the role of the local self-government authorities in implementing the policy of gender equality? And but I would like to ask, what is the role, the general role of the government authorities? I think that they have to provide the conditions for strengthening the community, proper functioning of the community, social cohesion of the community, and the economic growth of the community. And all this has to be done on the basis of analysis, on the gender-based analysis. And all the data has to be properly collected, exactly the way the representative of Melitopol told us. And these are the great tools which were offered by the Pledge Project and other projects implemented by Canada on FCM and by donor organizations in general. So all these tools will be very appropriate to the government authorities, and they will use them while they were implementing their main obligations. And then Ukraine will not be able to overcome 19 levels in the rating together with Canada, in the global rating of the gender equality. But I'm absolutely confident that in all the ratings of democratic development, transparency, the the inclusion of the gender aspects in the work of the local self-government authorities will help Ukraine to move much higher in all those ratings. Thank you, Olena, so much.
We've heard some great discussions today on this panel, just emphasizing the importance of evidence-based decision-making and how the support for gender equality at the local level really can improve your economy, can also improve social cohesion and connection, and an excellent role for the local government to play in promoting gender equality. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you for all of our panelists. And I'd like to turn it over to Andriy.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. Повертаємось до студії. Я хочу сказати, що поки відбувалася дискусія...
And we go back to the studio. And while the discussion was going on, I was following the comments in the Facebook, because we are broadcasting this conference in the Facebook. And people from various cities thank us for the project, for the products of the project. And I believe that this is a good sign of the fact and a proof that the project has worked quite well. And prior to starting the next panel discussion, we are going to offer you a video which is dedicated to the investment attractiveness of the city of Vinnytsia. So let's watch the video.
Awesome.
Вінниця – надійний партнер з привабливими умовами для інвестування. Запрошуємо вас розвивати свій бізнес. Інвестуйте у Вінниці!
We go back to our studio. After this video, I wanted to spend the next 6 months in Vinnytsia, because the city has changed enormously and they really impress. And let's go back to the studio. You can see the name of our discussion. It's called Decentralization and Development of Communities. It is going to be moderated by Alexander Ignatenko, the expert of the Pledge Project for the economic development. Alexander, I would like to introduce your guests. Today, we have Olga Rabucha, who is the expert on the environmental issues. Good morning, good afternoon. Ms. Natalia Osipenko, the director of Poltava Regional Center for Retraining and Advanced Training of Public Authorities, local governments, state enterprises, institutions, and organizations. And we have offline Mr. Ivan Lukera. He's going to join us in a moment, the Deputy Minister for Communities and Territories Development in Ukraine, Sergei Murgunov, the mayor of the city of Vinnytsia, and maybe he's happy because we are going to discuss Vinnytsia in a moment, Sergei Solomacha, the mayor of the city of Melitopol, and Artur Boyko, the head of the Department of Foreign Relations and Foreign Economic Activities, Zaporizhzhia Oblast State Administration. Mr. Lukera is with us. Alexander, so you have 15 minutes to start the discussion. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everyone, and I would like to wish you a good participation in our section. And these are the issues of decentralization and development of the communities we are going to discuss here. You know that we are carrying out proactively the reform of decentralization. With every other year, more and more authority and powers are being devoluted to the government, but also the responsibilities are being devoluted to the local level. And last year, the new elections based on the new territorial division has been carried out. New faces have appeared at the level of the local self-government. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen with the decentralization reform? And what was the impact of the local development of the decentralization reform? What are the challenges which we face due to the pandemic of coronavirus? And today we are going to discuss all these issues during this panel discussion. And the most important aspect in the area of local economic development are the following. We have to consolidate cooperation of various branches of power, starting from the national level, regional level, and municipal level. And because of that, our project paid a lot of attention to this aspect of cooperation. And we invited the Deputy Minister, Mr. Ivan Lukera, to join us. And we have a couple of questions to Mr. Lukera. Please comment on the following questions. What is the future of the development of the policy of regional development and the policy of state fund for regional development? And also we are interested in the next steps in the area of decentralization. Please, Mr. Lukera.
No sound. What about now? Now there is sound. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to take part in this conference because Pledge Project is our long-standing partner. And without the Pledge Project, we will not have good implementation of the regional development policy because, again, last year, in August, the government approved a new document, strategic document covering the period until 2027. So this strategy includes new approaches to regional development, to policy making in the field of community support. So this document probably would not have been adopted without the help of the Pledge Project, because the project helped with the SEA for this regional development strategy, which was accepted and acknowledged by the Ministry of Environment. And because of that, we were able to approve this strategic document. So the strategy approach offers new approaches to regional policy development. And the key element of the new strategy is the fact that we are slowly but surely stepping away from those traditional, ways of supporting municipalities. We are now talking about planning public spending, depending on the issues present in territories. So, for instance, we have identified 10 types of territories in the strategy. Mountain territories in Carpathians, rural territories which show problems and challenges, where we have this negative migration where people leave, and also we have the borderline territories And we are talking also about the conflict zone, and we're talking about the territories which border on Russia, and then Azov, the Sea of Azov, and the Black Sea. Their needs for specific projects and planning and implementation of special projects which could help with irrigation in these areas. Also, we have specifically spoke about metropolitan areas, which also impact the surrounding territories. And for instance, speaking of metropolitan areas, we would like to mention the city of Lviv, Kyiv, Kryvyi Rih, Kharkiv, Odessa. So implementation of projects in these territories is quite special, unlike projects which will be implemented in rural areas. So we are kind of stepping away from the typical approach which used to have villages, towns, rayons, oblast. Instead, we are now working on projects based on specifics and features of territories. For Carpathian Mountains, we will have one type of project. For Kiev, other metropolitan areas will have a different type of project. So that's one very important thing, and that's the government strategy of regional development would not have been approved without contribution from the pledge project. So thank you so much for this. Then there is another approach, and we partially implemented it in 2021. So we are talking about planning, public spending, or public investment into key areas. Of course, we as the government are supposed to create a network for public service provision in education, health, culture, safety, and then provision of admin services at the every community level based on the new admin and territorial division. So the grand construction program is about this, and 300 social infrastructure facilities will be built. We're talking about educational infrastructure, cultural infrastructure, and also health infrastructure. Then there is another area which we plan to launch in 2021 is the project of economic development. So 30% of funding will be spent on development projects, and in 2021 we will support industrial parks, and then creative economies hubs, then research parks. And for instance, one of such projects, which is quite interesting, I hope it will be successfully implemented, is a Vinica project, because I spoke to the mayor of Vinica today, and it's also nice to take part in this panel discussion. So it's kind of like a start. And then in 2021, the approach will remain. The country will support provision of public services, because by 2024, for every community, we want to establish hub schools where they could cover 100% of children. So we want to have safety centers where they need those centers, and also admin provision services and cultural services centers. So we will be covering health, culture, education, and safety, and admin services. So people at the local level should have high quality services. Then there is another area, economic development of communities and territories. It will also be supported in 2022, and the State Fund of Regional Development aims exactly for this. And the mechanism which we have already embedded into the new legislative changes in the Parliament. For instance, gradual increase of funding under the Regional Development Fund. So we, instead of spending under different baskets, we want to get one effective investment tool, which will be used under some clear, transparent rules, and hopefully it will be fairly distributed among the regions of Ukraine, and the State Fund for Regional Development is that kind of tool. So gradually we want to increase this fund. And then second stage of reform means that apart from regional development projects, we also want to spend some of the funding to implement the state strategy of regional development and the regional programs, which will be approved based on the types of territories. And then 30% of funding from the fund will be spent on the national scale projects to implement the national strategy of regional development. So those are the key things which I wanted to mention today. And if you plan to have some discussion, I'm ready to participate and answer questions. Right. Thank you, Ivan. We know that Government business is calling you, and we understand that you will have to leave us soon. So allow me to ask a few questions. So thank you for giving us positive feedback about the work of the Pledge project regarding the regional development strategy, regarding the SCA, but also upon request of the ministry, we organized trainings, hub trainings for oblast administrations, so that they could learn how to run SCAs themselves. So what's your assessment of the approaches that the project was using in this regard? That's question one. Second question, do you have plans at the ministry to attract other sources of funding? And I'm talking about some sectoral support from the EU to support the regional development projects. Well, the third strategic objective which we put forward in the national strategy of regional development includes effective multi-tier governance. And operational objective in this goal means also the fact that all the 24 oblasts have approved clear regional development strategies, apart from 2 oblasts who didn't do this because the local councils could not organize their sessions. So now there is a clear action plan, and each and every document is subject to SCA. So that means that your contribution, the 24 regional development strategies, is quite instrumental. And also we would like you to take part in further work with other international partners so that you could support us in attaining Objective 3, improving the capabilities and capacity of regional authorities, including oblast administrations, in capacity building for properly administering regional development policy so that we could improve each and every region, because there are huge disparities between regions. There are 5, 6 wealthy regions, and then there is some bad dynamics in other regions. So we have 12 regions, and 73%, that's the regional level of support per capita. And speaking about cooperation with international organizations, we are talking about not just the budgets and assistance from the EU, and we have the sectoral budget program, which was provided by the EU. So mostly we talk about cooperation with IFIs, specifically the Ministry of Regional Development and the government of Ukraine signed different agreements with European Investment Bank. Also, they plan to extend the restoration of Ukraine, sponsored by the European Development Bank, and this resource will be spent to restore infrastructure at regional level and in the communities who became victims of Russian aggression, and also communities who host a significant number of IDPs, so that we could help them relieve the pressure on the infrastructure. Unfortunately, the cohesion policy of the EU and the fiscal tools which were working before 2020, they are now being changed. EU is now moving away from using this kind of fiscal tools. They are talking about loans or providing assistance through other financial instruments or using different financial organizations. So we are now having better potential instead of just getting budget support from the EU. Okay, thank you, Ivan. Thank you for taking part in this section. Thank you. As you have seen, before this section, we were able to see a video from Vinica. And Vinica, as our partner, they have one of the key areas that they chose. It's economic development and also investment. So they plan to attract international investment and also some domestic investment. So in 2019, the city of Vinica was ranking first in the investment rating, and this rating was established based on the research of Transparency International. Now we have Sergei Morganov with us. Sergei, Please, can you share the experience of local economic development from Vinica and how the pledge project was helpful? Can you please also tell us about the tools, whether they were useful in terms of attracting investment to your city, and speak about the tools that you actually used? Dear participants, dear members of the panel, good afternoon. On my behalf and on behalf of my team in Vinica, allow me to thank the Pledge Project for this very close cooperation throughout 5 years. And in reality, this cooperation aimed at economic development of Vinica amalgamated community. So this cooperation was very effective, was quite productive. And also, together with the Pledge Project, we started some very important projects. We worked on program documents, which successfully are being implemented today. So number one, it's the competitiveness program for SMEs in Vinica, in the ATC, and also this program was in effect between 2017 and 2020. Then we adopted SME development program 2023, and this program was adopted last year and also in cooperation with the Pledge Project. We developed some other tools and communication platforms for effective interaction between businesses and government. And it's not a surprise for you to know that SMEs is the foundation for all kinds of economic development. Some cities can boast some big production facilities, big factories, but for all kinds of economic development, SME is the backbone. So in these projects, we applied absolutely new approaches, which match the demand. For instance, we were one of the first ones in Ukraine who implemented the mechanism of financial support to enterprises. A lot of people probably heard about this. For a couple of years, for 3 years now, we have been compensating or offsetting some of the interest rates acquired by loans, acquired by SMEs through the loans. And it was a 3-year program open to all the small businesses and medium-sized businesses. And we are expanding this program for offsetting the interest rate. Besides, we have organized a lot of educational activities within the Opportunities for Business project. And we have engaged about 3,000 entrepreneurs. And I think that it produced a very good synergy. And it also created the feeling of patriotism to the territorial community. Because we were implementing projects which were helping people with paying taxes, fees. We introduced some social responsibility projects, and we were discussing many things like this. And then we were speaking about beautification, environment, and communication with the client and partners, and so on. Then we had around 39 different thematic events. And besides, as a result of the project, we have launched a regulatory platform. Maybe we were able to improve regulatory environment. And now we have adopted around 16 regulations to abolish some obsolete bylaws and regulations, which did not longer apply. So I think that to some extent it improved the situation. It improved the system of doing business. Also, with the support of the pledge project, we have established the municipal space, which we call a hub, a city in the city. And we are cooperating in this hub with the CSOs. And in this hub, there are around 32 different NGOs, and with them, we regularly cooperate. Then there was another very important project. So together, we have established a brand of Vinica. And as of today, we actively implement and promote the new brand. And also we have some new programmatic areas which were adopted so that we could promote the branding, municipal branding. And with the help of the Pledge Project, we did all this. Of course, COVID-19 slowed us down. But at the same time, we have adjusted the plans, and we understand that when we can optimize our work from the standpoint of expanding our business support in organizing conferences and different activities for businesses in Vinica, we will be doing exactly this. And then there is another very important question. And Ivan Lukeria already mentioned this. So the work of the industrial parks, that's very important. And I think that it's a separate topic for discussion because for this 4 years before 2016, and then from 2016 to 2020, we were able, to change a lot of things. We were working on programs. We were streamlining the work of local governments so that we could support potential investors. And we had a chance to launch or commission 3 factories. And we had domestic investors, we had international investors, they all showed interest, and they wanted to invest in Ukraine and specifically in Vinica.
Thank you, Sergei. And I know that you this year have already approved, even the previous year, you have approved a new investment program. And we would like to wish you to successfully implement this new program and reach other very important successes. We know that Vinica has an enormous potential, and the approaches which you are implementing to engage investors and to steward investors will give an opportunity to use additional areas, territories and sites which the city has, the brown fields, to be transformed into important economic facilities, important for the development of the city of Vinica. And now I would like to talk to another partner of the Pledge Project. Association of the Ukrainian Cities was the partner of the Pledge Project. At present, 900 communities are the members of this association. We have carried out very important work with the AUC. We were developing the branch departments and increasing their capacity. We were helping to develop the system of municipal statistics, implementing the strategy of gender equality, which was discussed at the previous section. And we also were working on the environmentally sustainable approaches. Sergei Salamacha, the mayor of Mirgorod City, is with us, and he is the head of the environmental section of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. We would like to hear from you your ideas. I know that you have prepared a presentation, so we will be happy to listen and to see your presentation and to give the answers to the questions of how your city is going to develop under the coronavirus crisis and also climate change, and especially taking into account that you are the head of the environmental section of the AUC. And also we would like to tell us a few words about the work of the ACU environmental section, because the deputy minister was talking about the importance of the environmental and the economic assessment of all the documents of the strategic importance. And please tell us how this work is being carried out at the city level. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to participate in today's panel discussion, and I'm happy to see the familiar faces. Unfortunately, well, I see those faces only on the monitor, and I would like to apologize for not being able to join you live, offline. Due to the workload, but I hope that the modern ICT technologies gives us an opportunity to communicate offline, especially under the conditions of the pandemic. I would like to start to divide this discussion into two parts. First of all, I would like to talk about the development of the city per se under the current conditions. Actually, we have become the amalgamated community after the October election last year. And actually we had to resolve a lot of very difficult issues in terms of delineation of property, and it is difficult to resolve these issues under the conditions of the pandemic, because at present the number of the clients who use the services of the resort has decreased enormously, and that's why it had an adverse impact on our budget. At present, under the current situation, we have amalgamated 34 communities, 34 villages, 11 village councils have been amalgamated. And this is 1/5 of the population, and the area of our community has increased enormously. And at present, we have a number of budgetary issues have come to the forefront, also maintaining the infrastructure. And at present, the question is whether we will be able to develop new regulations which will be uniform for all the parts of our amalgamated communities. And actually, our network in provision of the medical services, educational services is disbalanced at present. And this is a big issue we have to resolve in the nearest future. And at present, we are acquired certain agricultural assets, and we will have to resolve the issues related to thereof. And also a lot of issues have not been resolved at the national level. And the proactiveness of the population in the city is much higher than in the villages, which we have amalgamated to our city. And this is also an issue. But I would like to underscore that we actually were preparing ourselves for these complex processes. We were working with the village councils before amalgamation and during amalgamation. And I would like to thank very much the Pledge project, which helped us a lot to arrange and organize these activities. Well, we have signed the cooperation agreement between the communities, and we have developed the strategy of the sustainable development of Mirgorod sub-region until 2028. And we were working within the framework of the city, but since we were amalgamated with the 11 communities, we also engaged them to develop the strategy for the next 10 years. And the action plan to implement the strategy of the development of territorial community has been already approved by the village councils and the Council of Amalgamated Community. I would like to thank Pledge Project for the assistance which it gave us to develop this strategy, and they provided some financial resources for us to do it. I would like to thank Igor Lepeshkin and the team which was working under his guidance and leadership. And we were not left by ourselves to resolve this program. And we have developed the appropriate plan for addressing all the issues which are faced by the sub-region on the basis of this strategy. And in cooperation with the Pledge Project, we have implemented several projects which also are directed at the efforts in decentralization. That is not only in terms of the city, but just at strengthening the amalgamated community. We have set up a radio station, and we are broadcasting the programs which we have launched at the end of 2020, and they are broadcast not only to the city residents, but also to the residents of the villages which have been amalgamated with Mirgorod at the distance of 15-20 kilometers. Pledge Project also helped us to create the center of support for the business development. And I would like also to underscore that we have created co-working for the ceramic center, and it's a unique co-working center. Mirgorod is famous for its ceramics and for pottery art. And this will help us to bring the products of our artisans to the Ukrainian and international markets. And that will help, again, the development of the local communities. Decentralization gives us a lot of impotence to the development of our territory. And we have developed a new ecological concept of the development of our resort area. We have 8 institutions of recreational activities. We have 8 spas in the territory of Mirgorod. But within the framework of the development of our strategy, we implement the project of creating a tourist and recreation cluster. And you can see on the slide that we have quite a number of proposals of how to develop this cluster within the next several years. As for the decentralization issues, in a nutshell, I would like to tell you the following. Our moderator has mentioned already that I am the head of this section, environmental section of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. And that's why I would like to tell you in a nutshell what we were working on in this section of the AUC. The section of the AUC has been working within the framework of the cooperation of the AUC and the Pledge Project. And at the we started to work very proactively since 2017. We have carried out 10 meetings, and we were discussing the problem issues for various regions and for various cities who were the partner cities of the Pledge Project. And we were carrying out the environmental monitoring, environmental budgeting issues were resolved, and other issues which are related to the environmental protection. We worked on them within the framework of this section. And during this period of time, we have engaged socially responsible businesses into the work of this section, international, local experts, the experts from Poland, Lithuania, and Ireland, and NGOs, were engaged into the work of this section as well. And a number of institutions, organizations were participating in the work of our section. Within the framework of the work of this section, we were carrying out monitoring of the project, of the draft regulations and bylaws well, and we were applying the best international standards and practices while evaluating those draft regulations. And we're also tapping on the experience of the cities which implement the environmental initiatives. And we carried out a number of competitions which are dedicated to the improvement of the environment. And we, on regular basis, we're collecting the data about the status of the environment in the cities. And, well, in this section, in 2019-2020, we have organized the familiarization trips to environmental facilities in Poltava, in Mirgorod, and we participated in Eco Fora, and we have developed a site of the environmental section of the AUC. And we have developed 6 manuals, the methodological recommendations to carry out the assessment of the documents of state planning, and also the compendium on the experience of carrying out environmental and economic assessments of the regulations, and the development of the green cities, and also the development of green businesses for SMEs. We have developed the recommendations to increase the share of the environmental projects in the participatory budget, and also dissemination of the best practices in the area of protection of the environment and environmental initiatives in different cities. And during 2019-2020, we have carried out 9 regional sessions for the representatives or trainings for the representatives of the local self-government authorities. We have carried out 5 regional sessions on environmental budgeting and a number of seminars dedicated to this topic. About 30 seminars were carried out. So this is what I wanted to share with you. And again, I would like to underscore the role which the Pledge Project play in the organization of this work. And I would like to thank the Pledge Project for the possibility which it gave to the city of Mirgorod and to the AUC to cooperate on such a high level, and to get an opportunity for development under the conditions of decentralization and under the complex environmental situation which we face in various regions of Ukraine. Thank you, Sergei. And on your permission, I would like to introduce a consultant on environmentally balanced approaches who was working in the section of the environmental section of the AUC, Ms. Olga Rabucha. And Sergei mentioned a number of challenges, problems, issues which are faced by the city. So I would like to ask you the following question: whether the city are going to meet those challenges and resolve the issues of the climate change, improvement of the ambient air, and treatment of solid waste. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for an invitation to participate in this conference, and thank you for the question you've asked. The communities face the environmental issues on daily basis, and they need to be resolved. And mostly, those are the treatment of solid waste. And as for the industrial regions and areas, there is another important environmental problem. It's the treatment of the production waste. And another problem is the contamination of the ambient air by the industry, by energy, by agriculture, and also by transit and public transportation. And also there is another environmental problem, that is contamination of water objects and disintegration of the land resources. And the effect of the climate change is also an environmental problem, because the community face this problem on daily basis, and we can see the weather abnormal conditions, like very high temperature, heat waves, and also flooding of the areas. But, well, we can tell you for sure that the communities have become much more aware of the environmental issues and pay more attention to them. And they have become more environmentally responsible. And they are moving in the direction of sustainable development. To achieve the sustainable development, the communities shape up the local economic policies. They approve the programs which are directed at resolution of the environmental issues and improvement of the environment. And they also implement a lot of nature protection activities, taking into account new innovation technologies and tools. Thank you, Olga. And now I'd like to mention that the Pledge Project sees the development of the communities only if the appropriate regional policies are being developed. And the environmental section of AUC is sort of a bridge between the communities and the national level. And today we have invited Artur Boyko, the head of the Department of Foreign Relations and also attraction of foreign investment. And I would like to ask the question and put it to Mr. Boyko. What are you offering the communities in terms of engaging the investment? Good afternoon, Alexander. First of all, I would like to underscore that the communities which would like to engage the investments quite often apply to Zaporizhzhia Oblast administration, and they ask where they should start. And we give them an advice. And first of all, you have to look very carefully at your own community and to understand what are the advantages, what are, the peculiarities and the opportunities to develop in this community. And after that, you have to try to imagine your community within 5 or 10 years from the moment you decided to attract the investment. What companies are working in the area of the community, how the SMEs are working. And then one can think about this strategy and using the resources for the community to develop and to develop a certain vision of how to develop the community and what should be invested into certain objects and how to attract those investments.
Speaking about how to do this, allow me to start a quick screen demonstration. I want to share a presentation with you. May I? Well, time flies, so please be quick. territorial development, because the key goal of the decentralization reform is high quality of living for residents and provision of high quality services. Our training is quite practical. For instance, we can speak in volumes about different training events we held. For instance, one of them aims at helping with economic development. And we have the short-term program for introducing Service Provision Center software, which will allow to provide public services online. And the Oblast administration is very keen to learn how to do this. And specifically, we cooperate with Kremenchuk Service Center, and then we work with Kremenchuk City Council to implement this software development program. Yesterday, a project management program was launched, and all that is made for the sake of development. Right. We ran out of time, unfortunately. I know you've been preparing, but I heard about the results, and I've seen your presentation. So you mentioned the key things. And when I summarize, I want to say that it's never late to learn. As Hetman Mazepa, the chieftain of Ukrainian people, once said. So our trainers stay with us, and they will keep on working and training people. So thank you. Because of lack of time, unfortunately, I cannot give you the details. Thank you so much. So I think we ran out of questions, and we ran out of time. So we were trying to answer all of the questions. I'd like to thank all of the participants. I'd like to thank the participants of the section who joined us through different media channels. Okay, I'm back in the studio. Thank you for this discussion, Natalia. I am convinced that there will be another opportunity for you to tell us information. We just have to follow the timing. So we now all have 15 minutes of break. This is a really cool conference, so we'll give you 15 minutes of break, and then in 15 minutes, please be back. And there will be 2 more discussions. And at the very end, we will have Q&A for you, so please take some rest for 15 minutes.
А ми повертаємось до студії.
And
Наша
we are
перерва
coming
підійшла
back
до
to the
завершення.
studio.
Ми все
This
ж таки, як
ends
я нагадував, вам хороша
our
конференція, даємо
quick
можливість
break,
перепочити.
and we have a good
Це наша
conference. We're
остання
allowing
така
people to have break. So this
кавобрейкова
is
пауза була.
our
У нас
last
залишається
coffee
ще
break.
2,5 сегменти,
And
і
we
ми
have 2.5
розпочинаємо
segments to
нашу
go.
другу частину
So we are now starting
відео. Ми покажемо вам
our
відео
part two,
з хештегом
and we
міста
want to show you
та
the
зміни
video,
про
hashtag
історію,
changing cities,
яка була
achievements
справді
and
нам
prospects. And
потрібна.
this
Зараз
is
ми
about
побачимо їх.
something
Це
that
історія про
will
зміни та інновації у
inspire
Запорізькій,
us. It's
Вінницькій,
about
Полтавській та
changes and
Івано-Франківській
innovations in
областях. Це відео
Zaporizhia,
буде
Vinnytsia,
відкриттям
and
наступної
Ivano-Frankivsk
панельної
Oblast.
дискусії,
And
яку я
this
вам
is
пізніше
going to be an
представлю.
opening video
Дивимось.
for the next panel discussion.
Це лише частина
So
перемог,
that
про які ви
was just a
сьогодні
part of
дізнаєтеся і
the
будете
wins
продовжувати
that you
дізнаватися
will
з
be learning
часом.
about today and that
Проект
you
про
will
місто,
be
його
learning in
робота,
time.
звичайно,
So the
матиме
Pledge
довготривалий
Project
ефект.
will have a
І
lasting
велика
effect.
радість. Мені
And
здається, що
I have this
з
great
роками
joy,
по тому ми
and
зможемо
I'm going to
побачити,
say
що
that
саме
years later we will be
змінилось
able to
створене.
see
Ну, а
what
зараз ми переходимо до
changed
наступної
and
дискусії.
what is going to be
Наступні 50
created. So
хвилин
the
ми
next 50
проведемо
minutes,
розмові
we're
про
going to spend
інклюзивне
talking about
урядування,
inclusive
інноваційні інструменти
governance,
прозорості влади та
innovative
залучення
tools
громадських
for
модераторів. Сьогодні разом з
government's
нами Ігор
transparency and
Лепешкін.
accountability
Ігор, вітаю.
promotion and
Головний
public
експерт,
involvement. We
керівник
now
з
have
програмної діяльності проекту
Igor
«Говориш».
Lepeshkin
Разом
with us,
з Ігорем
who
сьогодні
will be the
в
moderator
студії
from the Pledge
Валентина
Project.
Ткачук, директор
Now in the
Департаменту
studio we have
розвитку
Valentina
міст, міста
Tkachuk,
Вінниця.
Director of
Вітаю
City
вас.
Development Institute from
Разом з нами
Vinnytsia.
сьогодні
Welcome.
Максим
And
Лациба, керівник
Maxim
програми розвитку
Latsiba, Head
громадського суспільства
Civil
Українського
Society
незалежного
Development
центру
Program,
політичних
Ukrainian
досліджень.
Independent Center for
Максим, вітаю вас
Political
доброго дня.
Studies.
Також разом з
Welcome,
нами
Maxim.
Олексій Мовчан.
And
Пане
Олексій
Олексій, вітаю вас,
Мовчан,
народний депутат України, голова
member of
Комітету з
Ukrainian
питань
Parliament, Chairman
регулювання
Subcommittee on
публічних
Public
закупівель та
Procurement
ефективного
Regulation
управління
and
державним
Effective
комунальним
Management of State
майном
and
Комітету
Municipal
ВРУ
Property
з
Committee
питань економічного
on
розвитку.
Economic Development.
Довга посада. Вітаю вас.
And
І
it's a
разом
lengthy
з нами
title.
онлайн також
So,
сьогодні
and
Сергій
online
Речик, заступник
we are joined
міського
by
голови,
Sergei
і
Rechik, Deputy Mayor of
Кен
Khmelnyk,
Макмалин,
and
головний
Ken McMullen,
бізнес-стратег
the Senior
міста
Business Strategist,
Едмонтон з
Economic
Канади.
Investment and
Колеги,
Development
усіх
Department,
вас
Urban Planning and
вітаю.
Economy, City of Edmonton,
Ігор, у вас
Ontario,
50
Canada.
хвилин на дискусію.
Okay, so we've got 15 minutes for the discussion. Enjoy.
Доброго дня, наші учасники і учасниці конференції.
So, hello,
Власне,
dear
розпочали
participants.
нашу панельну дискусію з
We have
такого
started
досить
this panel
цікавого
discussion
і
from a
відео.
very
Це
interesting
історія
video.
успіху, але
Those
ми
are the
хотіли
success
в
stories
цій
from
панелі
different
саме
cities. And in
поговорити,
this
як
panel,
досягти
we
успіху,
wanted to
які
discuss how to
кроки
attain
потрібно
success
зробити
and
для
what
того, щоб,
steps
скажімо, ваші
it
громади,
takes for your
були
communities
досить успішними.
to
Е,
achieve
відкрите
success.
демократичне
So
урядування – це
open
одне
governance
з важливих і головних
is
напрямів
one of the
діяльності
key
проекту «Прогрес».
areas of the Pledge
Власне,
Project.
якщо говорити про
And speaking about
важливість
the
відкритого
importance
врядування,
of
то
open
можна
governance,
сказати, що
I can tell you that open governance by itself
природою місцевого
is the backbone
самоврядування,
of
власне,
local
органи
governance.
місцевого самоврядування
because the mayor, local council members, they are all elected by the local residents. Hence, the residents have the right to form, to shape local policies. They have the right to adopt decisions at the local level. And they can demand the government to be transparent and open in decision-making, in adopting documents, and so on. Also, it's important to mention, and this is also mentioned in the Constitution of Ukraine, that we are guided by popular governance. Speaking about the open governance model of the Pledge project, which we were implementing in the communities. So this model includes different local democracy tools. And our territorial communities, 16 municipal partners, they were using different tools, and we gave them opportunity to choose from different tools which we offered as a technical assistance project. So we allowed them to select the tools which are most important for them and which they wanted to implement. And here we can mention things like public hearings and gatherings of citizens at the place of residence. We also are talking about the participatory budgeting and amending the charters and statutes of local communities. All that is very important. Now, speaking about the model of the project, open democratic governance model. So, following this model, we offered that local authorities are supposed to be open, transparent, accountable. They also must engage everyone, local residents, for governance purposes, and also they're supposed to provide high-quality public services and admin services. Speaking about our methodology, our approach, it included several phases, some very important phases, because in the very beginning, with every community, we held discussions. We also held analysis of the current state of affairs regarding implementation of democracy tools. And we were offering some experiences, successful experiences of implementing these innovative tools. Canadian experience, for instance, European experience, which is also quite important. And our experts were providing recommendations, and an expert in financial assistance in implementing the tools. Now, speaking about the analysis phase, there is one important tool for this kind of analysis. It's called the Democracy Index of Ukrainian municipalities. And now I want to give floor and ask question to Maxim Latsiba, who was leading the group of experts surveying Ukrainian municipalities. So, Maxim, you surveyed Ukrainian municipalities under the Democracy Index. So what are the key conclusions and recommendations? What kind of advice you can give to other communities, what they should focus on, so that we could talk about openness and inclusive governance? Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I wanted to greet everybody. We are now living under new conditions, under new territorial arrangements. We live in larger amalgamated communities, as Vyacheslav Negoda, Deputy Minister, mentioned. Decentralization is just beginning. So, our government, central government, is working on amendments to the legislation, governance-related legislation, and in this bill, they are including new norms and procedures regarding involvement of communities to consulting, to decision-making. So, adoption of the charter will become a mandatory procedure. The local council session broadcasts will also become mandatory, and there will be other new things. So, dear colleagues, those communities who have advanced, who have developed charters and procedures, good job. But those who are falling behind, then please, you have to step up efforts and change. Speaking about democracy index, it's a very interesting tool, and we were looking at 22 decisions, which in theory are supposed to be available at the local level. It's about public consulting, it's about reporting before the public, and also transparency. But the general opinion is this. Speaking about the key items, key elements, so consulting tools in 16 municipalities, we are talking about 37% regarding the regulation. So there is room for improvement. You've seen success stories. And I'll be talking more about future successes, because unfortunately that line in the video said that the community adopted new charter, they introduced new consulting process, they have introduced public hearings. So we will be talking about future successes. So legal regulation, using transparency tools, openness for local communities, 52% out of 16 municipalities. We're talking about Rayon and Oblast centers. And then indicators for accountability, where we talk about transparency at the level of the mayor, council members, so only 26%. So it's either not properly regulated well, or it's regulated with low quality. So speaking about charters, it's a small constitution for the city, and 4 municipalities don't have that charter. So Yaremcha, for instance, Ladizhin, no, I apologize, Melitopol, Energodar, Kolomia, Ladizhin, Yaremcha, these municipalities, they're good municipalities, but they do not have charters.
The rights of the citizens are not protected. And it happens so that Vinnytsia Oblast has collected the best and the worst in it. Well, the Khmelnyk in Vinnytsia Oblast has regulated as the best. The city of Vinnytsia. And the worst place is Ladizhin. There is almost nothing. No charter, no provisions, no procedures. It seems that they are back to the 16th century when it was captured by the Turkish Sultan, and it has not recovered after that invasion. So we have to go to Ladizhin and help them to develop all those important documents. And what is positive about democracy in this? All these electronic tools have been approved quite recently, and they have been done quite well. And this is the best quality tools: electronic petitions, participatory budget, interactive sites of the city councils. And these are cool tools. The only thing I wanted to mention the following. Dear colleagues, you do a lot of good things, but you have not spelled it out in your regulations. Actually, you broadcast the meetings of the sessions of the city council, but you have not included this item into your procedures. Well, now the new mayors and the new councillors have been elected to the local council, so review and revise your procedures, include those important things you are doing, but just formalize them. It is necessary to update the procedure of the work of the standing committee of the local council, the possibility for the citizens to participate in the meetings of thereof, and that's very important. And the procedure of the executive committee is not spelled out properly. And this committee has a lot of authority, a lot of powers, but quite often they do not have any regulations of its work. So please spell out those regulations. And you can find very good examples in the materials of the Pledge Project. And it will be possible to find out how these meetings are being convened, how it is possible to speak at those meetings, and how to promulgate the information of the meeting thereof. If you're developing the provisions of the local initiatives, don't require the citizens don't require too many signatures of the citizens. I was surprised. In Gorishny Plavny, it was necessary to collect 5,000 signatures to submit the public initiative. In Kiev, they require 1,000 signees only. But it seems that in Gorishny Plavny, the citizens are much more dangerous than the citizens of Kiev. Well, actually, Kremenchuk and Mirgorod Poland also require 500 cities. These are not big cities to require that many signees for the initiative. But in Chernivtsi, one needs to collect only 50 signatures under the initiative. And there is another nuance. You need a partner from the civil society to work with the local self-government authorities. You are implementing you have to implement the programs of development of civil society. Please, this is a great tool, and it can be your partner to implement decisions of the city in your area. Carry out the contests and competitions for grants, engage your partners, and think about the offices and leasing of the municipal property. We had a discussion with Alexei dedicated to this issue. We were discussing the new version of the law of the leasing of the municipal service, of municipal property. And it will be possible to provide the very low and symbolic leasing fees for the socially responsible NGOs. At present, they have to participate in the competitions to get a premises leased. And, well, some of the mayors think that they should not give any privileges to the NGOs in terms of leasing of the premises. But you have, for example, an experience in Lviv, the program, they have the program of compensation for the leasing fees, and certain organizations get compensations and provide certain privileges in terms of leasing fees for the NGOs. Let us think about it. We need the partners from the civil society so that we can develop the cities together and arrange the consultations with the public. And actually, the success of the city depends on joint efforts to develop the strategy of development of the city and implementing the strategy jointly with the public authorities and the representatives of the civil society. There was a question to Alexei, and please react to it. Well, it's a very good comment. It's an appropriate comment. A lot has been said about it in various cities. But the experience of Lviv tells us that we can take a very different look at these regulations, and not all the issues have to be resolved through the law. Somehow, we have a habit in the government authorities, in the cabinet of ministers, that if something doesn't work, we have to change and amend the law. But if we open this Pandora chest and will give all the NGOs to get privileges in terms of leasing the buildings, well, people will create the NGOs and actually lease the spaces, and they will not contribute to the local budgets. But now we have to look for the opportunities to create a value added, but not give this opportunity. We can give opportunities to the local entrepreneurs so that they will be paying taxes and create new jobs. Nobody is opposing the idea of supporting the organizations which deal with the cultural issues or the sports by the way the law has been amended. The organizations of civil society who are working in the area of sports or art, they have an opportunity to lease the premises on privileged basis. Thank you, Alexei. Valentina can tell you about the experience of Vinnytsia. We are going to discuss that as well. But now I would like to put a question to Mr. Sergei Redchik. Khmelnyk was mentioned here already, and I have my own experience of working with the Khmelnyk for maybe 10 years, and I have been watching the way this city is developing. And for the last 5 years, Sergei Borisovich was the mayor of the city of Khmelnyk. And it is true that a lot has been done in Khmelnyk to improve the openness and democratic governance improvement. And I would like you, Sergei Borisovich, to share your experience. Tell us how you were able to achieve these good results within a comparatively short period of time. And please connect your mic. Turn on your mic. Thank you, Igor. Well, I'm so pleased to see the familiar faces and to hear familiar voices. And well, I am happy to be part of this great family of the Canadian Pledge Project. It was an honor for me to work together with you. And I have learned a lot of lessons while working with the project. I am an ex-mayor at present, but I continue working for the benefit of the city. I am working very fruitfully with the current mayor, and he sends his best regards to the international conference of the Pledge Project. And definitely, the government and democracy have to work jointly. And it appears that it is possible to arrange good governance in the city. But for this purpose, we have to create appropriate conditions to be ready to implement inclusive policies and to hear the opinion of the citizens, especially on the most important issues of the local development. And also, we have to provide an opportunity to the citizens to engage in decision-making, and that will have a huge impact on the development of the territorial communities. And we are working in this area, in this direction. We have approved a number of regulations and subsidiary legislation to improve the participation of citizens in decision-making. We are carrying out consultations. We have approved the document of the expertise of the regulations. Also, electronic petitions have been introduced, and the analysis of very important and discussion of the very important regulations. And we were using the tools of development of the local democracy, and we were helped in this endeavor by the experts of the Pledge Project. And we actually implemented the public expertise and also advisory bodies, the program of advisory institutions which are collecting the opinion of the public, and also participation in shaping up the local budget. We were trying to make our citizens more proactive with the help of the participatory budget, which we have implemented starting from 2017. And this actually tools make us to strengthen our democratic practices. But we usually actually include the projects, and we finance the projects which are offered by the community from the city budget, and we consider them very important for the development of a community. And these are the projects to improve the space of the city and the proposal given by the citizens. Also, we have implemented the open meetings with the members of the community, and we have implemented 1 hour of communication with the youths and children. But at present, we cannot, carry out those meetings too often due to the pandemics. But usually at those meetings, we were discussing the needs of the community, and we saw that the youths were providing proposals as far as the improvement of the space of the city is concerned, and then some of these initiatives have been implemented. The index of the transparency of the local budget is very important, and we evaluated the level of transparency with the help of the Pledge Project. And well, we have obtained quite high big number of scores as far as the transparency of the budget is concerned. And we believe that this is a very important direction of our work. And each week at the site of the City Council, we report on the execution of the budget, and this information is accessible to all the members of our community, and anybody can find out what the public money is being spent. Now we are working on promulgating the information about our municipal enterprises. We know that it's very important to communicate with the members of the community so that the residents are informed about the situation in the municipal companies. And we have developed the communication strategy with the help of the Pledge Project, and we are implementing a number of activities in terms of communication. In 2020, we have developed a new interactive resource for the City Council so that it will be user-friendly. And we developed it with the help of the pledge projects. We publish the information leaflet monthly on the activities of the City Council. And we inform not only the city residents, but also the amalgamated communities. Now we have 44,000 of population, and we inform the residents of the village communities, which were amalgamated to our city. And we usually, the circulation is 5,000 copies, and we obtained assistance from the Pledge Project in developing the strategy, also developing the brand, and the development of the brand book. All of this has been done with the help of the Pledge Project. And we have developed the strategy of development of the tourist strategy in the city with the help of the Pledge Project. And actually, we have implemented a new approach to developing the model resort and recreation city of Khmelnyk. And unfortunately, time is flying so quickly. We have just 1 minute for a question. You personally, as a head of the organization, the head of the city, what really benefits of working openly and transparently you get? While we carry out the consultations with the community, it is easier to engage the community to implement the plans for the city development. And previously, we did not use this tool a lot, and there was a lot of mistrust and lack of trust on the part of the community, the government, because people were not heard. We were not cooperating with them very proactively. We were not engaging the civil society. And the engagement of the community gives us an opportunity to understand the needs of the community. It increases the trust of the community to the management of the city, and it gives us an opportunity to implement very important projects. Thank you very much, Sergei. When we are holding the government offices, quite often we don't understand that the community is a huge resource which can invest a lot into the development of the city if it is engaged appropriately and correctly into the management of the community. Our next speaker is Alexei. We know each other for a long period of time, and I would like to underscore that the implementation of the system of Prozoro sales, Prozoro procurement, first of all, and then Prozoro sales, is one of the best reforms which have been carried out in Ukraine, and it demonstrated very positive results. It's moving forward very quickly. It's important because it is directed at counteracting the most awful enemy of Ukraine, that's corruption. If we are talking about the transparency of governance, if we are talking about the transparency of managing the municipal property, we mean that the communities will get additional resources. So what were the results, Alexei, we have at present? And you, as the representative of the National Parliament of Ukraine, maybe will share the plans which exist at present as for the further reform of the area of procurement and the sales of the municipal property. It is true that we met very long ago. The Prozoro sales was the project of the Transparency International. And I would like to thank you very much, and not only yourself, but a lot of stakeholders believed into this project. And at present, this is a very considerable, important part of electronic infrastructure, thanks to which we can carry out open management of the state, public, and municipal assets. And what are the outcomes today? The system Prozoro sales or system of Prozoro procurement exists for quite a long period of time. And if I may, I would like to talk as a representative of the parliament, but not as a representative of Prozoro system. We have approved the new version of the public procurement law 12 months ago. Reform is the process which cannot be halted. We constantly improve the procedures of procurement. We, as a standing committee, and I am the head of the standing subcommittee, which is responsible for public property, for procurement, and for the municipal property, and I am ready to develop the amendments to the legislation if they are going to improve the situation of the entities which are carrying out the procurement. And at present, in using this system, we have the open information. We know who has bought the assets, how much was paid for this asset, who has stolen a portion of the money, and how much has been stolen. Because it's Prozoro, it's transparent. Everybody sees that, and if some people think that it's not obvious, well, should understand that they are mistaken, because if people abuse the rules of the procurement, will have to be responsible for it. The Prozoro sales is a reform which is developing very dynamically, and yesterday we approved the new version of the management of the municipal property and the public property, and we have developed very transparent requirements to management of the property. And those who have been working in this area saw that a law has been passed, but a lot of sub-laws and procedures have not been working for a long period of time. This was partially due to the COVID, and also this was due to the changes in the government. But at present, the system is working in the area of leasing premises, and we are developing the new amendments to the procedures. We have seen the bottlenecks in the law, in the legislation, which could not be envisaged when this legislation was developed. But now we have a feedback from the communities, from the state property fund, and we understand what needs to be improved and which bottlenecks have to be eliminated. So at present, we are developing a new draft law, and now I'd like to ask the cities who are listening to us, please, the city mayors, the responsible deputies, give your proposals for amendments to this law. I am ready to listen to you. You can find me in the Facebook. I am always accepting the proposals as for the amendments.
Speaking of Prozoro sales, it's not just about things written in the law. This is also a tool like a module. You can use it as a module for constructing new things. There are a number of municipalities that use this Prozoro sales system for selling rights for advertising, trade licenses. That's not about big money. Compared to the cost of lease or privatization, that's not much. And it will not quickly fix your problem with local revenue, but the question of fairness between business representatives, that's what they want to see from you. That's important. And they said, we want to have competitive approach to get a license to sell flowers for the 8th of March. And you can offer them this. So if you use this tool, it's quite simple and it's easy to use. We're talking about some simple auctions. So you can, adjust, adapt your local regulation and work with it. Your voters will thank you. And then it will work for you. There is a number of municipalities that are using it. So Vinica, for instance, is one of those who tried using these tools and they are ready to share experiences. So everyone's welcome. Please, I'm asking you to use the system. Do not fear using it. And also offer changes to the legislation where you see that in practical terms it's not working or working very hard. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you so much. I'm convinced that we will have many more questions. You know, the question that Maxim asked about the opportunity for NGOs to introduce new approaches, to operate on new terms, and have good cooperation between government and businesses. I think Valentina Tkachuk can comment this question because she represents Vinnytsia. But before we give her the floor, I wanted to show you a quick video about one very good initiative. It's the City in the Cities Hub. And for us, it's very nice that we took part in implementation of this initiative in Vinnytsia. I think it's a very good experience also for other municipalities. Well, please sign up for this City of the Cities initiative. It's a very good initiative. Please take part. And Valentina will speak more about this initiative. I'm very pleased to be here and to be a part of this discussion. And I'm very happy to share experiences of cooperation between government and the public. As our leadership in the city says, let's change the community and then we'll change the government. And that's how I feel it. And the City in the Cities project is about this. Now, how it all began? It began from one idea when NGOs said, well, we don't have enough space for meetings, for operations, for projects. And there was this thought, we can create an incubator, right? And then this incubator transformed into the social hub. Then it was called an NGO hub. And now, for 3 years, it's been in operation. And it's now well known all across Ukraine. It's called the City of the Cities hub. And speaking about financial contribution into the creation of the space, we see this approach of pooling resources from Vinnytsia City Council, from other sources. Vinnytsia City Council invested in repairs and re-equipment of this historic building in the center of the city. You have seen it on the screen. And 420,000 was the contribution from the Pledge project. And we were able to create the hub as we designed in the very beginning. So the hub is now working in 3 main areas: cooperation between the public and the government, search for new senses for the development of the city. Then there is one more important tool and the cooperation mechanism which was developed on the base of the hub. It's called the CSO, City of Cities Association. for network, which was established quite soon after launching of the hub. And in 2018, 29 NGOs became members of this network. Then by 2020, some more joined. In total, it was 33 in 2020. And then as of today, we have 41 organizations. And on the 18th of February, there will be the General Assembly, and I am convinced that the numbers will grow. Now, what kind of success we had in the hub? It's a place for organizing events, free of charge for NGOs. If the event is in compliance with the mentioned above three prerequisites or key areas. And also in the hub, we have this association of 41 NGOs. In the walls of this hub, they have been developing documents, which then were implemented at the city level. And these documents were initiated by NGOs and some groups of activists. So we're talking about the democracy concept, then the Community for Equality Municipal Program, Integrated Development Program 2030, Tourism Strategy, the Program for Development of Social Entrepreneurship, which for the first time in Ukraine was adopted in Vinnytsia, and we love to be first in all these different things. And also, we have this new project for elderly people to make the city comfortable. And this program transforms into a lifelong learning program. With the help of international partners, we also cooperate with one NGO, which is called Центр Поділля Соціум, and we have launched Adult Education Center. So we also use this motto that it's not about the space, it's 220 square meters, it's about partnership and it's about the future. So in the framework of the Pledge project, we have developed, together with NGOs, the partnership memorandum signed between the City Council and the association, signed on February 2nd, 2020. And in the framework of this memorandum, we will try to introduce yet another mechanism, which is called the Partnership Council, consisting of 5 representatives from City Council, mayor, department directors, and 5 people from the City of the Cities Association. And people will be put in those respective positions in a transparent fashion. They will be meeting throughout the year and they will be discussing questions of mutual aid. There will be discussions of other topics, and at 10 o'clock tomorrow we will have the kickoff meeting. Thank you. That ends my quick presentation. It was a very interesting experience. And even now, we have more than 130 participants who are watching us. Some people hopefully will be able to watch us later. And I suggest to use this experience when the government creates conditions so that the NGOs could effectively work. And in fact, this means assistance from NGOs to government based on transparency principles. And throughout the work of the project, we were using different sets of tools. We had a very good cooperation process with other international TA projects. For instance, Eastern Europe Foundation. Alexei mentioned Transparency International and other. So we do cooperate, and we have a partnership project, the partnership project for Ukrainian and Canadian communities. So we were using different practices in our work, and we use Canadian experience. And generally, the question of inclusive approach, inclusive method, is something that the Canadian government is offering to use. And we would love to now ask to take part in this discussion our great friend, Kent McMullen from Edmonton. Kent, can you hear us?
Hello, Ken.
І я би хотів задати таке запитання.
Allow me to ask a question.
Чому от для Канади дуже
So
важливе
why, for
питання
Canada,
інклюзивного врядування,
inclusive
які інноваційні
governance is that
інструменти ви б
important?
зараз
And what kind of innovative
запропонували
tools
використовувати
would you
українським
suggest
громадам?
Ukrainian communities to
Особливо от в
use,
тих
especially
специфічних
when we
умовах,
talk
які
about
викликані
special
зараз
conditions
коронакризою,
of
найбільшими такими,
COVID-19
скажімо,
and
ситуаціями?
other effects and situations? Thank you.
Ihar, I like that you began the presentation this morning. You talked about all politics is local politics, in that you could be the best mayor and the most famous mayor, but if you're not taking care of your people, you're going to get voted out. And for us in Canada, we're a big country and we're made up of many different races, sexual identities, people with abilities and disabilities, religious experiences and non-religious experiences. And what Canadians demand is an open and transparent government that is inclusive of all. We want all programs to be available for all members of society. So inclusivity is really important. For us, as we moved into COVID, it's how could we provide inclusive services and programs at a municipal level in a time of COVID. The first thing we did in the city of Edmonton is we have an emergency advisory committee. It is chaired by the mayor. Participants are city council and the senior leadership team of the city. And they looked at how they were going to rearrange and reimagine the delivery of services to the public in a COVID world. They had to act quickly, and they had to balance the needs between the residents of the city and the businesses. They would hold daily meetings and have daily media briefings on what the latest programs were that were being offered or revised or canceled. One of the first decisions they made is 10,000 staff had to work from home. So that was a huge portion of the administration of the city. And the logistics of having all those people take laptops and monitors and office furniture, they all had to figure a way to make that work. Then after 6 weeks, they looked at the finances of the city and realized revenues were disappearing. And in Canada, municipalities cannot go into debt. So then programs had to be cut. Recreation facilities and libraries had to be closed. And 3,000 employees were temporarily laid off. So what did this teach us is you had to be flexible. You had to be nimble as we reimagine how we're delivering programs and services to all of our people, regardless of race, gender, abilities, or disabilities. What they did is they moved into online communications and digitalization, just as what you've done in Ukraine. City Council has been streaming their meetings for years, but now under COVID, only 3 city councilors could be in the chamber at one time. All the rest were participating from home. So then you had to reorganize programs of how do you vote? How do councils vote so that it's a public and open and transparent system? How do you have public consultation? How do you go about delivering new programs and grants? We had to create social media campaigns and create social media awareness for emergency recovery grants that we were offering to small and medium-sized businesses. We had to do online public consultation and engagement. We had to go out and find out from industry what their challenges were. We had to talk to the restaurants that were forced closing and what would happen to them. How long could they survive? We had to talk to the small manufacturers, the large manufacturers. And it all came through public consultation that happened to be virtual. What do you do when you have a building that's being built and you have to have the fire department inspect it? Or you have to have a building inspector inspect the wiring and the plumbing? Well, those all went virtual. The contractor would hold up his cell phone to the different joints and wires and plumbing, and they would virtually inspect, saving the inspectors, employees of the city, from having to go in public. Pre-application meetings where we have a developer who wants to develop a building, and we would bring in all representatives from city departments, and we would consult and provide guidance on his or her new facility. That had to change, and those are now all online. Home renovation, if you wanted to renovate your home or your business and you needed a permit, those would move to video conferencing. So we had to think different. We had to be flexible. We had to be quick. We had to be compassionate and have empathy for business and people. And then we had to use tools, planning tools. We had to look at the data analytics. And that was where City Council was very open and said, we are $100 million short in these 5 months. What are we going to do? We have to cut these programs. We had to put online grants and submissions online and say, we will take 20 applications on Monday and we will have them vetted by Friday and take another 20 applications. We had to be open, quick. We had to, restaurants had limitations on how many people could inside. So we had to quickly change and close roads so restaurants could expand their outside patio spaces so people could dine outside and keep those restaurants vital to the community open. We had to make the user experience friendly and cooperative. So it's all about being nimble and being open and transparent and conveying to the public what is happening and that these programs are available to all. So thank you very much for allowing me to participate.
Дуже дякую, Кент.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you so much. Brilliant recommendations. And I have this thought. Look, we are talking about online, we are talking about digitalizing, but what's interesting, in Ukraine, the digitalization policy was adopted way before this problem of COVID-19. And that's good. That means that we are now spearheading in this process compared to other countries, but still we have to do many more things in this regard. So we are running out of time, and someone just told me that in the chat, unfortunately, we have no questions. But anyways, I think that this session was very useful, and I would like to thank all of the participants of this panel discussion who joined us online, who actually came to us to the studio. And to finalize, I wanted to say that openness of government is, fully correlates with the development of communities, because communities are people, and people is the largest community resource. The more people we can engage to governance, the more people we can engage to the development, the better for the development of those communities, for the regions, for Ukraine as a whole. So thank you so much, and I'm giving floor to Andriy.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you, colleagues who are working in the studio online. Now we are going to complete this part of our discussion, and after the short video, we are going to go over to our final discussion. But now I would like to suggest you the following. A number of new success stories, the examples of great changes which take place in the partner cities of the Pledge Project. So we are watching the video, and then we all come back to the studio.
Роман, А я же тоже в эфире? Угу. Это хорошо. Так, и Тетяна Сахарук. Повертаємось до студії. Наша фінальна разом з вами.
Well, we are coming back to the studio for the final panel discussion, and we are going to discuss the following topic: the interaction of government and business, efficient models and tools of this interaction. And I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Vitaly Bokhnyak. He is an expert for the business development issues for the Pledge Project. Tatiana Sukharuk is with us today, the chairman of the board, UN Global Compact New York in Ukraine. She's in the studio. And Roman Drozd is together with us, the chief executive officer of the charity organization Light of Hope. Online, together with us by Zoom, Iri Filuk is going to join our discussion. The executive director of Promprilad, Rafael Costa, acting director of economic and cultural development department, the city of Vaughan, Ontario, Canada. Online, he is going to participate in our discussion. And Irina Chernята, the deputy director of the main department of economy and investment, head of the Department of Economic Policy from Vinnytsia. She's online. Vitaly, you have 50 minutes, and fruitful discussion is our final discussion for today, so enjoy it. Thank you, and I would like to welcome all our viewers and the participants of our discussion in the studio. It is going to be an extremely interesting discussion, and you understand that for the final discussion, we left a very important issue, that is the relations and reaching common ground and growth. We were introduced already, so now I would like to start discussing the issue immediately. I would like to start this discussion with the presentation, which is going to be made by Ms. Tatiana Sukharuk. Ms. Tatiana, could you tell us why the development goals of the UN are important for the development of Ukrainian business, and how we can implement the development goals of the UN into the local economic development and the organization of self-government? And thank you for the invitation and the question. I would like to tell you what the Global Compact is. It is working through the agencies to reach the global goals. It is important without participation of the business. Business has to be engaged into resolution of the global problems and issues as state, as the civil society, and a special initiative has been created within the UN system, which was called the Global Compact. It's the largest initiative, international initiative of the socially responsible business. 12,000 companies all over the world, 4,000 of NGOs. We are represented as 160 countries of the world, and 28%, or just 500 companies, are part of the Global Compact of the United Nations. In 2000, the number of people who work for these companies is 100 million people, even over 100 million people. But what is the Global Compact? What does it give to the business? We are talking about the following. Business can join this international initiative if it is if it actually complies with the 10 principles, which are drawn in these 4 boxes: human rights, labor relations, counteracting corruption, and well, this is about the sustainability of the business and the impact of the business on the resolution of the global problems and issues. In 2012, we have also included the MDGs MDGs which the business can include into its operational activities. And we offer Ukrainian business to join this compact, global compact, this international organization, and start to work with other businesses to achieve the MDGs. And there are lots of programs, educational programs, which actually encourage business to work in this direction. But I would like to talk about one of them. And this is a sustainability campaign, within the framework of which we, for 12 months, are watching how business is consolidating its efforts with the civil organization, civil sector, academic sector, local government authorities, and creates its own projects. For 3 years running, we are carrying out this campaign. We are collecting the cases from Ukraine and from other countries, and from Belarus and Georgia, Turkey, Macedonia, Poland, and these are all the countries which provided their cases, partnership cases, to our company and as an answer to our initiative. I'm going to tell you more a little bit later about this direction of our work and about our achievements in this area. But now I would like to show what place this campaign holds among our other initiatives and programs. Why do we need this? Why business should take into account the MDGs? And, well, it is impossible to create the sustainable business in the world where the climate is changing, where the inequality is increasing, and the level of poverty is increasing. And business cannot be sustainable if, it is not operating in a streamlined society. If we look at the statistics of the United Nations, by 2030, in 10 years from now, the population of our globe is going to increase by 33%. And when I was born, 4.5 billion people lived in our planet. But at present, it's almost 8 billion people living on Earth. And this statistics is going to increase within the next 10 years. And the demand for the food stuff is going to be increased by 50%. We are fighting famine, but we have to take into account other levers and how we impact the environment, whether we are using the children's labor to increase the volume of the foodstuffs we are producing. Also, the demand for water and the energy resources is increasing. And we have to take all this into account when we are talking about business and the methods of carrying out thereof. I talked already about the population. At present, the humanity is using 1.7 planets. And if we are going to develop with the same rates, we will need in the nearest future 3 planets, but we don't have thereof. You can travel to Mars with Elon Musk, but maybe you won't be able to get a vacant seat in his spaceship if we are going to pollute our planet the way we are doing now. The economic model has become obsolete. So business has to take care about the people who work for it and about people who are around this business. And also they have to take care about the environment. They have to create ecosystems. What does this give to business? Any business is being created to make money. But we are talking about business which is thinking about the sustainable development goals, is growing more rapidly. And the business which is built on these goals is growing 3 times faster than their competitors. And for big business, it is very important to follow all these objectives and goals if they would like to engage the investments from outside their own countries. According to the current statistics, we can see that a lot of investors are investing into the business which is actually directed at achieving the sustainable development goals. And tomorrow it will be impossible to get access to funds if the business is not going to implement certain goals of sustainable development. Within the first months of 2020, the investors have invested $12.2 billion, and this amount is going to increase by the factor of 25 within several next years. This is a trend. The Global Compact was joined by BlackRock, which is the largest investor in the world, and they say that it's impossible to invest into businesses which are not striving to implement the sustainable development goals. So business needs to do that because there is a necessity for them to continue existing in the future. If the business does not think about attaining the sustainable development goals, most probably they won't be able to operate within the next 10-15 years. And this is about the partnership, and the partnership which we are going to discuss, the next speakers and myself, in the next part of our discussion. Thank you, Tatiana, very much. That's a very important information. We all live in the same boat, and we do not have too many options of what we choose as a way of life in this planet. But I would like now to discuss the issues with the local self-government authorities. We have Irina Chernята with us, and I would like to ask her to tell us about the experience of Vinnytsia, of setting up partnership between the business and local authorities, between business and municipalities, how you were able to develop the trust and how to break the ice of mistrust. First of all, good afternoon. I would like to send you best regards from the city of Vinnytsia. I would like to thank Pledge Project to be able to participate in this conference together with you and to speak to you. And I would like to tell you about the experience of our city and to tell you about very important cases and successful cases which we are implementing with the support of the Pledge Project and in cooperation with business and the local authorities. We have been working since 2015 with the Pledge Project, and during this time we have developed and implemented a number of program documents. And when we were developing these programs, we took into account the strategic documents for integrating development of our community. And we were developing the new programs in 2020. We took into account the concept of integrated development of our city until 2025. And these programs were reflected in the vision, which you can read on my slide. As for the important program documents for our city, I'd like to tell you the following. Well, they were mentioned by our mayor today, and I would like to underscore that these three programs, which you can see on the screen, are very important for us. We have developed them in cooperation with the Pledge Project and with their support, but these are roadmaps which help us to communicate and cooperate with business. And the program of competitiveness was developed by us until 2020, and we started to do it in 2017. And when we were developing this document, we engaged the representatives of business associations, entrepreneurs who are working in various areas. And as of the results, when the program expired, we carried out monitoring of its implementation. We understood that its implementation is efficient and it has a very positive outcomes. And in 2020, we passed a program of development of SMEs, which is a logical continuation and follow-up of the previous program. And also we engaged entrepreneurs into development of this project. And, well, we hope that the activities which we have planned in these programs are going to be useful and efficient and will have positive outcomes. And there is another program, and I think that Vinnytsia was one of the first cities in Ukraine which passed the program of development of social entrepreneurship until 2022, because at that moment, when we were working on this program document, there was no legislative definition of the social entrepreneurship. And we, in our program documents, have developed the criteria to identify what is the social entrepreneurship. We have formulated the goal, the objectives, and spelled out the activities which help us to successfully attain the goal. As for the successful cases, one of them was mentioned already by our mayor, and this is the opportunity for the business in Vinnytsia, and it's called the marathon. Within the framework of the marathon, we carried out 39 activities which engaged 3,000 entrepreneurs. And these were various activities, the School of Communication for Business, and this is a project of a business, project Talk, and these roundtable discussions, trainings, educational activities, and we organized the meetings, breakfast with the city mayor. We organized the program of for professional development of the veterans of the anti-terrorist operation. And all these activities were positively evaluated by the entrepreneurs. We understood that it's useful for them and it has a positive impact on the development of their businesses, and we are going to continue to implement these activities in our next program. These initiatives are going to be implemented for our business. When we were talking to the entrepreneurs and we polled them and we discussed issues with them, so they identified that there was one of the obstacles for their development, lack of the financial resources to scale up their businesses and to develop their business. And we, as a city government, started to work on this issue, and we started to work on these issues together with the business to develop the financial tools of the support, such as partial compensation of the interest rates on the loans by the SMEs, and we are reimbursing them from the city budget. And it was mentioned by our mayor today. I'm not going to repeat that, but from the city budget, we have compensated the interest rates for the participants of this initiative, made 1.5 million hryvnia. And to put it in layman's language, the borrowers covered from 25% to 100% of the interest rates of the loans. For some entrepreneurs, the loans were absolutely interestless, thanks to the support of the city government.
I want to speak more about the procedure for partial compensation for the entrepreneurs for creating new jobs and payment of the social tax. So in 2020, businesses faced numerous challenges and they needed support, and we wanted business to create new jobs instead of laying people off. So we have established the procedure to support them. This is the idea. A business person files an application, creates a new job, and then for creating new job, the city would compensate 22% from the social tax that he is supposed to pay for new employees. And that helped relieve some of the tax burden. So 71,000 hryvnia was paid out. So we also budgeted around 2 million hryvnia to continue with this program, and hopefully business people will be using this program and it will produce a positive effect. So one of the key factors for the city was the project which symbolically was called Open Regulatory Platform. Why? Because in 2017 we have established a panel responsible for revising regulatory environment, and active members and participants of that panel were business representatives, associations, entrepreneurs, people from the Chamber of Commerce and other partners who were working on this important issue. They were looking at the decisions of the executive committees, city council decisions, and they were able to identify obsolete decisions or not effective decisions. So 16 municipal decisions, regulations were abolished, and it had a good positive impact on the business climate. Also, I want to mention, as Mayor mentioned before, creation of new businesses in the city, creation of new jobs is not possible without involvement of investors, because that also means business. And with this objective, in the territory of our city, we have 3 industrial parks. Vinica cluster for refrigerating equipment. That's one of the clusters. And they have a green cool manufacturing facility for refrigerators. And that enterprise was one of the first that started operating in this park. Also, one international company that is producing sporting goods. They also plan to start the operation soon in the city. We, as the city officials, make it all possible to equip the park with all the utilities, natural gas, power supply, water supply, so that any kind of investor could come in and build their production in the park and have a successful business. So that's the cooperation that we have in place, and it produces win-win results where everybody wins, the government and businesses. This ends my presentation about specific cases from the city. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Irina. Thank you so much. It's very interesting to learn from the experience of Vinica. What I really like about this is that you are showing numbers to businesses. So when you talk about dialogue, you talk about specific numbers, interest rates, and that's the key thing for businesses. And it's also nice that you keep in mind SMEs. Let's talk to business people. Roman Drost is with us in the studio, and I'm keen to learn from your experience. I understand that developing business, developing a company is hard, but developing a social business is a challenge because you have to also address problems. So tell us about your experience, how you built cooperation with local self-government and how it all happened. Thank you very much. Very interesting question. In any kind of partnership, there is always an area of overlapping interest. So the area of overlapping interest, in my case and in the case of local government, was the well-being of people and economic capabilities, capacities for vulnerable people, people with special needs. And we were actually building partnership based on the idea of making lives better for the community. And we wanted to create conditions for people who cannot compete in the labor market. So based on these principles, we built a strategy to establish and develop social entrepreneurship initiative in Poltava. And it's been up and running for 7 years for the benefit of the community. This experience was built on trust. As any other partnership, it was built on mutual understanding and support, because before establishing this social business, with the city we have implemented numerous initiatives aimed at socially vulnerable population. Our mission was to build in the city certain systems which will be based on best European practices. That's exactly what we do. And the municipality the city is interested in developing good, safe conditions for the residents. So again, considering shared interest, we started doing this job, and it was not easy. The approach to doing business was not simple because few people understood what social entrepreneurship is. Very few people understood that people like me are ready to spend time to develop this different type of business and employ those people who are not competitive in the job market. And also that revenue, generated revenue, would be spent on social needs. People did not understand this somehow. So we have been working in this specific project for some time, and we had many years of previous experience, and we wanted to break that vicious circle where the clients live. Because when we provide social services, we have to clearly understand that provision of services has a certain deadline, and then the person who received services is supposed to become independent, also economically. Because if we are talking about ex-convicts, for instance, if we cannot create conditions for them to make money, they will recommit crimes. And then those who cause domestic violence, if you do not create conditions, that problem of domestic violence will never stop. So that was the approach that we used to develop cooperation with local governments. And we are working in this regard, we are developing, we are creating new ideas, and we have support. We create conditions for development. They give us premises on preferential terms. They also help engage businesses to promote development, because in the beginning we received premises for this company, that the premises needed to be repaired, and the government spoke to some local developers. The developers helped with construction materials. The city also spent some funding to hire people to do repairs. We actually hired the future employees of this enterprise to do the repairs, and these people did it with their own hands, and now they work there. So based on that, our partnerships are developing, and that's how hopefully they will develop in the future. Thank you, Roman, for your experience. Thank you. Very interesting. Very interesting to realize that businesses are ready to address social issues, and the government is helping. To those people who watch us, please ask questions, either directly here in the studio or online. And let's continue. I'd like to give word to Yuri Filuk. And Yuri has quite a colorful experience in business, in investment, and he has a lot of experience working with LSGs. So tell me, please, what the LSGs need to gain trust from businesses? Does it depend on the political will, processes, institutions, or maybe it all depends on business? If the business is beneficial, then the government will knock on its door and ask for cooperation. Hello everyone, I'm very happy to join the discussion. Well, I think I must say that the answer to this question, who is supposed to initiate change, means that we have to look at where we are. Are we reacting or are we acting proactively? If we are government, then we have a chance to influence the situation. If we are business, then we as business can make some first steps and ask the government to cooperate, or the NGOs. So at the same time, speaking about our first steps, 7 years ago, a number of other business people and I realized that if we want to develop, if we want our business to prosper, we need to change the rules of the game. We need to change the market situation. And our conclusion was this: there is lack of trust from the public, there is no good cooperation culture. And also we realized that sustainable development is going bottom up, not from the top to the bottom. So, because people used to think that we're going to have a better mayor and then we'll have a better life. It doesn't work like this. So we have to move in a step-by-step fashion, and we have to begin changing ourselves. And then people had this belief that the public will be developing fastest when there is good cooperation in the triangle between business, government, LSGs, and NGOs or CSOs. When in this triangle it's all synchronized and moving in one direction, then the results will be the fastest. And what's nice to know that, I've been listening to colleagues and they all work in their respective areas, but I have a feeling like you all work for one objective. You talk about cooperation with other sectors and you talk about the importance of this cooperation. And only through this kind of cooperation you can attain good results. 7 years ago, we have established a single platform to unite the participants, and based on this platform, we started developing projects in urban planning, in sports, environment, economy, mobility, social entrepreneurship, and so on. And in fact, these projects have shown the public that you can cooperate, and that's a good thing, and that's a win-win situation for everybody. And that's how more ambitious projects came about. The renovation project, which we have established, it's the innovation hub, which we develop by joining efforts. For instance, we have 770 co-investors and 32 institutions who act as partners, and they all invest their knowledge, their resources, their skills. And slowly but surely, we are developing this ambitious project. 30 million US dollars, that's the overall budget, and 36,000 square meters of infrastructure, which combines a lot of social infrastructure, business infrastructure, and this is a project which unites everybody. On this floor where I am now, in the conference room, we have a lot of different players. We have NGOs, we have businesses, and we have the Investment Policy Department office. It's right here in this building, in the building of the old factory. They realized that their clients are here, and they realized that they are supposed to develop the agenda here and synchronize it. So I think that it's a good time in Ukraine when all these things convert from theory into real cases, real examples. And this actually makes me happy. And we're just beginning this process, so we have to move forward. As Tatiana mentioned in the beginning, these global challenges, they directly apply to us as well. No matter what you think about this, we are a part of the global world and we cannot live in isolation. So, initiative, being proactive, that's a way to develop, no matter where you are, NGO, business, CSO, LGS, so that's how you're supposed to work and operate. Right now, let's talk about Canada a little bit. So we have Rafael Costa with us online. Rafael, you've been working with Ukrainian NGOs and LGS. You've been working with the Pledge Project longer than I work. So can you please tell us from your own experience which most effective models you can offer to build cooperation between business and government? From the Canadian perspective, what will work here? What kind of model you can suggest?
Thanks very much, Vitaly. And just before I jump in, I'd like to thank the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I'd like to thank Global Affairs Canada, Pledge, of course, Alexander, Mariana, Vitaly, your whole team. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this since 2015. It's been a great 5 or 6 years, I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues in Ukraine. Also, as well, thank you to our translators. They've put up with me for 6 years, so thank you very much. It's been good to get to know all of you. And to your question, Vitaly, how to establish cooperation between government and private sector. I think when I was presented this question, I decided to take maybe a step back, because I think from Yuri, from Irina, from these great colleagues who I've had the opportunity to work with for the last few years and learn from for the past few years, those are great examples of what happens when good partnerships are identified. But for a lot of people, the question is, how do you identify those partnerships, and what is the framework that you as government or NGOs can use to identify and then actually implement those partnerships? So I'll talk first about how we identify good partnerships, how we would define a good partnership. First and foremost, it's important that we as government understand our strategic goals and the kind of outcomes that we look for. So whether it's renovation of a facility, like with Yuri's example, or with what Irina is saying to grow the social enterprise sector, we really need to understand what we want as government officials out of partnerships. The second thing we need to think about when we're identifying what kind of partnerships to look for is looking for partnerships that provide value for both the government and the partner. So often, of course, the government drives value out of pushing our strategic priorities forward. And that's going to change from district to district. But it's important when we as government come to private sector to recognize that we need to provide value to our partners. And we need to remember, particularly in economic development, that our partners are driven by the desire to grow their business. At the base of all the partnerships is an opportunity for businesses to grow. If we can align those outcomes, whatever our strategic outcomes are, with potential growth of business, you have the beginnings of what might be a good partnership. So once you finally understood these, how do you actually go out and solicit these partnerships and identify potential partners? Well, there's a few things that we do in our office. And these are very, I think, tactical, but nonetheless, it's a framework again that you can get that you can apply and look for partners in your own jurisdictions. First and foremost, we work with our local organizations. So much like has been described by my fellow panelists, working with the chambers of commerce, working with NGOs, working with key private sector players is the best way to get to know who you might be able to partner with. So even if you approach a chamber of commerce or a key industry player and say, maybe we have this idea, here is our strategic vision, here's how we think it can help you move your business forward. Is there something we can do together? They might say no, but they might know somebody who would be able to fit there. And we've had a lot of success doing that. We as well, and I know I've talked about this on my visits to Ukraine, we have an outreach program, a corporate calling program, where our staff are out talking to businesses every day. And it's not enough to just go out and talk to businesses. How are you? Nice to meet you. You really have to do that with purpose. You really have to do that aligned to your strategic priorities. So choose the businesses you talk to based on your strategic priorities, but also choose the kind of questions you want to ask based on your strategic priorities. It's important as well for government, and I've talked about this time and time again, but it's important as well for government, particularly in economic development, to engage in public relations campaigns. These are not marketing campaigns. These are not billboards that say, you know, come and buy chocolate bars from this store. They are public relations campaigns that speak to the values of your particular community. It could be celebrating milestones of local businesses. When Irina speaks about Venetia's great programs, I think there's obvious opportunities as those businesses move through those programs to celebrate their successes and their milestones. And that's the kind of public relations campaign, because in finding partners, success follows success. If businesses and organizations see that businesses and organizations are succeeding working with Venezia, they're going to want to work with Venezia as well, right? Finally, as well, there's basic economic development work in terms of business retention and expansion programs, and I won't go into the myriad of options there, but again, coaching businesses, training businesses, working with businesses, showing that you're providing value can lead to great partnerships. Often I'm asked as well, what kind of things can governments offer in a partnership? And I think that this is not a necessarily easy question. Because in Canada, at least in Ontario, Canada, we're very limited in terms of funding. Often businesses, the first thing they want is money. We don't actually have the ability to provide money on a very limited scale occasionally, but not very commonly. So we really have to focus on what our value proposition is, working within partnerships. And our value proposition centers, I would say, on 4 things. First is our business advisory services and our expertise and knowledge of the local community. Often businesses are working to just pay the bills. And if we want to help them grow, we can say to them, did you know about this other business down the road? Did you know about this industry trend? And doing little things like that can go a long way in building relationships that can become partnerships. Second, I would say, is we can provide those value-added connections between businesses and organizations. Again, I'm going to go back to providing public relations profile through successive milestones. That is a big thing we can offer. And finally, as well, we can offer input through these partnerships for policy reviews and modernizations. So I think, again, Venezia and the presentation was a great example of, here's what we're hearing from businesses. We need a definition for social enterprise and perhaps a tax category. Now we can go and do that policy review and implement it, right? And then the very final thing that I'll say about what a good partnership looks like is a good partnership is only as good or as it is well known. So I know I'm speaking quite a bit about public relations, but it is vitally important for communities and economic developers to show how successful and how cooperative a community is. So it is really important, and the work that the Pledge has done to celebrate Promperland and Yuri, and to celebrate what's been happening in Venezia and all across Ukraine is extraordinarily important. And back to the beginning of forming a good partnership based on common outcomes and common desires. Ultimately, everybody is in the same ecosystem that wants to grow a prosperous community. And government has a role to play. It might not be the leading role that is expected, but we have an important role. So thank you very much, Vitaly, for that question.
Дуже дякую, пане Рафаель. Звичайно, ми розуміємо, що
Thank you, Rafael. We understand that the experience of Canada seems to be very abstract to us, something which is very far. But on the other hand, I understood a very practical advice for myself. In a lot of cases, local self-government authorities, especially during quarantine, were trying to help business to survive, to continue operating. But we have to move forward. Sometimes we have to make the next steps forward and to help business to develop. Because we have to explain business what's next, what we have to do next. Thank you, Rafael, for being with us, and thank you very much for a great contribution you've made to the Pledge Project implementation. Ms. Tatiana, I would like to go back to you. You were, we are always limited in terms of time, but you were talking about the partnership for the sake of the sustainable development. And could you give us a good case which could be replicated? In 2018, when we were looking at the cases of our businesses, which are the members of the Global Compact in Ukraine, we understood that the cases are most efficient when the business thinks outside the box, when they are, uniting with the local self-government authorities, with the civil society, academic sector, and create joint projects. And thus, we can see that the projects are more efficient, and it engages more beneficiaries. It is an example for upscaling, and more people are talking about it because it brings about values. And we understood that we would like to collect this information all over Ukraine, and we started this process. Belarus, people with whom we were communicating, they said we also have successful practices. Let us send them to you. And thus we have created a campaign, Partnership for Sustainable Development. We started from two countries, Ukraine and Belarus. And, Prilad Renovatsy Yuri then was awarded, and he became the winner of the first year of this campaign. And actually, his case was quoted here. And this is a case which should be replicated. And during 3 years of our work, we were collecting the success stories and cases. And now we have 200 cases who have become the winners and the finalists of our competitions. I'm not even talking about those who were not included in our compendium, but they were provided to our panel for evaluation, for our jury for evaluation. I would like I'm going to talk about the cases a little bit later, but I would like to tell you what is important for the partnership. Idea is very important. If there is no idea, the civil society sector comes to business and says, give us money because we are good. It doesn't work. One can find the money and financing when you have a unique idea. And it's not only the money, it's not only the financial resources. As my colleague from Canada said, not always the money plays the key roles. Like, for example, the expert opinion and expert support is very important. A lot of companies have this expertise and they can help with their expertise, but sometimes the funding and expertise can create miracles. And as for the cases, we were collecting a lot of cases in 2020, and we dedicated a lot of cases which dealt with counteracting the results of COVID, and there were interesting practices when the business was uniting with the local government authorities to understand which hospitals need more assistance, because the central government not always responded timely or did not respond always at all, and they did not understand where the assistance is needed. So we have to actually pay respect to business, joined in this process very quickly. And this was a huge problem, both for the people who work for this business, for the people who live in the communities where these businesses are operating. They have joined in this effort, and they were trying to help by using various tools and means. You can find these cases on our site. They are numerous. They are all interesting. And I'd like also to tell you about one case of the Metinvest company in the city of Mariupol. Metinvest understood that sometimes the qualification is lacking well, among the mayors and the managers of the cities and the local government authorities. Even in Ukraine, there are lots of business education programs in business, but for the public servants, these programs are not sufficient. And they created the School of Professional Improvement for the heads of the local self-government bodies in their city. And at present, they demonstrate that we have a number of people who are capable of developing their cities, know how to do it, know how to create partnerships. And for me, this example, this case was extremely interesting. And I think that other cities can borrow this experience, tap on it, and create similar things, at least in several cities in Ukraine. Thank you, Tatiana. I understand, well, how difficult it is to tell about the global compact. There is so much information. That's why I would like to suggest that everybody can read the information about the global compact at the site of this organization. And I found a lot of very interesting information for myself so that the business could be socially responsible and actually make miracles. I would like to complete our discussion by asking Roman. Ms. Tatiana mentioned the following: business has to look out of the box. As you, as a person from the social enterprise, do not consider it as, just an absolutely new thing for yourself. What advice would you give the business who would like to think out of the box, become influential business and socially responsible business? What advice would you give to this business? Where they have to start? I am recalling now a conference in Kiev, which I attended, and one very influential lady, People's Deputy of the Parliament of Ukraine, said that, well, there is while I am the head of the standing committee, there's not going to be a social entrepreneurial business, socially responsible business in Ukraine. I believe that business has a social mission which these people support. Everything will work out. Everything will work out in business, in support of the people who need this support and for whom we are implementing our social mission. So believe in yourself, dream, and your dreams will come true. Thank you, Roman. And just to summarize all our discussions, maybe done in 2 words: ideas and proactiveness. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you to our guests in the studio. Thank you to our guests who were discussing issues with us online. Thank you. I would like to thank all the participants for your time you spent here, for the clarity of the issues we were discussing. And in a moment, we are going to Now we are back to our studio, and our international conference is coming to an end. But prior to closing our conference, we are going to have a Q&A session, which is very important. And we have two heroes to answer your questions. Laura Haig is participating in it, the advisor of the Pledge Project on governance, and Mr. Kucherenko, the director of the project, is here. Mr. Slobozhan had to join us online, but unfortunately he won't be able to join us today in online mode, but maybe he will be able to join us tomorrow. The question I would like to ask Mr. Alexander is the following. We discussed together with you, our partners, our viewers, participated in the following discussions: the decentralization and development of the communities, the gender equality, and also the proper governance and the interaction of the government and the communities. How the project team would see their own role in these four directions. They won't be able to answer this question today, but they will be able to give this answer tomorrow. So, Laura and Alexander, I was pleased to watch the following. You have carried out a lot of work. Communities have carried out a lot of work, and it means that we are moving forward gradually. But nevertheless, we would like to understand how and thanks to what we could be sure that the process of decentralization, which we are helping so much, is not going to be halted, and there are very few chances to get reversed. So, Alexander, why don't we start answering this question? Thank you. Thank you for the question, Andriy. And this is not a simple question. And decentralization is a process which is never ending. And this is not only administrative territorial reform which could be completed. And decentralization is the process of constructing the communities, constructing the relations between the community and the government. Decentralization has a lot of challenges, external and internal ones. External challenges were obvious this year. This is pandemic and the economic crisis which followed the pandemic. And definitely it actually spotlighted the weaknesses in a lot of communities, lack of the quick response mechanisms and tools, lack of mechanisms on responding to crisis situations, lack of anti-crisis activities. We lacked business continuity plan. This is a plan which gives us an opportunity to continue business under any crisis conditions.
Some did it better, some not so much. But I advise you to look at the experience of Vinnytsia, because they very quickly established a commission, like an emergency commission, and they were helping businesses and citizens. But the key problem, the key challenge to decentralization is lack of communication, lack of dialogue, lack of trust between the government and those who represent it, and the community. So to build these relationships with community, using dialogue mechanisms, using advisory bodies, giving people a chance to actively participate in the social process. So that's the key to successful decentralization and to successful work of communities. Maybe this is not an exact answer, but I tried my best. And now this provokes a question to Laura. This is my question. So if we need communications to continue decentralization and we don't have enough dialogue, so how cities should work on this? What the cities should do to engage different communities, different categories of communities to create solutions?
Thank you, Andriy. One thing that Sasha was mentioning about that communication and how important, I would call upon some of the examples of our panelists. in that communication and listening. If local governments communicate with citizens and listen to their needs, they can be more nimble. Kent had mentioned it for the city of Edmonton, the way that they were able to respond quickly to this pandemic crisis. And when you listen to the needs of your community, all members of different genders, different abilities, you can create the sort of solutions and partner, like the gentlewoman from the UN, like Raphael had said, the partnerships then develop where you can make substantial progress and change in the development of your community. But I would emphasize being flexible and adaptable. But if you're not listening to the needs and then not acting on those needs, it's hard to be flexible. But once you do, and I'd like to highlight what Sasha said as well, when you actually listen to your community members and you are responsive to them, you do need to communicate that and let the community know, hey, we've listened to you and we're responding to your needs. Raphael was mentioning that as well as an important communications campaign that the citizens they need to know what you're doing. You need to tell them what's going on in the mechanisms of government, how you're supporting the business community. So I would add that communication is key, listening is key, so you can respond quickly and nimbly.
Listening activates actual listening, but not talking. I think it's a really hard thing for Ukrainians that I know, but I hope it will change, and we have to push for that change, of course. Дякую, Лора, за цю відповідь. Я як комунікатор
Thank you so much, and I absolutely agree with everything you said. I had two questions throughout this conference, and also behind the scenes we kept asking these questions to each other. And this is a question to both of you. Is Government of Canada ready to further support similar projects in Ukraine, and how? Then Alexander in the very beginning carefully was trying to mention something like this, so I'm gonna add the Pledge project. And I understand that this is a final conference, but is there a chance that something like this will continue, maybe with different communities, but is there a chance for continuation? Laura, please, you have the floor.
I think the government of Canada will continue to support decentralization in Ukraine. You know, they are now currently co-chair of the donor board that is focusing on decentralization. So I think there will be, there'll be further support, and they'll lend their expertise and support to Ukraine.
Okay, that's an honest answer, I can say, and it's optimistic. Alexander?
You know, I have more than 20 years of experience working in different projects, TA projects, with donors from different countries and IFIs as well. So I know one thing for a fact: all projects run their end at some point. So we started in 2015, we selected 16 municipalities, and we started working in 4 oblasts, and we had certain objectives. And I can honestly tell you that all the objectives were attained. We even achieved more than we planned. But, you know, in Ukraine we had also decentralization process. We arrived to the point where this kind of things became irreversible. So we are talking about societal change, not administrative, but societal change. So I wanted to advise you to read up more on project materials, which were developed in partnership with the AUC, municipal partners, and the beneficiaries, the ministries. All of that is available and will remain available online. So it's very easy to find this information. On the other hand, We have been working with more than 100 experts, consultants, Canada, Ukraine. They were exchanging experience. We used methodology, which has become a standard. And we said in the very beginning that large cities, Kryvyi Rih, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia in this project, for the first time established their own strategic plans. Now, there is not a single community that does not have a plan like this. That's what I wanted to say. In our municipalities, and speaking about newly elected mayors and council members, now they have enough experience, they have enough knowledge and expertise, and I hope enough political support from government and the Ukrainian parliament to continue things they are doing today. And I hope that the donor community will not forget about Ukraine, and decentralization will continue, also with the help of our international partners. But again, that's also a matter of our own understanding and our own effort. And I hope that this reform will be one of the most successful for the last 30 years. Very optimistic. We are talking about maturity, growing up, and being able to act as a grown-up. So what do you think about community leaders? We created all these new things. And if we're talking about child growing up now, I think since they grown up, children will have to take the responsibilities. Right? They have to establish continuity plans. And that's about maturity. So during these different dialogues, we heard about specific examples. They said, we are already mature, but we always want someone's help, which is okay, Laura. So can you please add a few things to what Alexander mentioned? What else? Community requires, project community requires, apart from accountability, knowledge, and other things?
I think for the Ukrainian communities to continue on this journey of decentralization, and as you say, continue to mature in the development, one of the things that we have to recognize, especially working through this pandemic, is that we can't just recover to the way we were. That's not maturity, that's not growing. We need to recover in a better way and use those lessons learned that many of our council members know about and responded to, other cities responded to. We can't just recover and say, we've got to open up at all cost, the economy is suffering. We also have to think about all members of our community. I think many of the panelists today, there is a common theme. We have to engage the whole community. Our members of our community are the resources to help us in this recovery. Whether it's the example that Nurgul gave of needing transportation resources for people with disabilities during the pandemic, it started a new business and it helped an important part of the community. So as we move forward and mature in our decentralization here in Ukraine, we have to think like that, be nimble, think about how do we grow further to include more members of our community, to take their needs to an account. And then what you're going to find is that it's going to help the local economy and it's going to help the community as a whole.
Being nimble requires you to be brave somehow. Справді, певна сміливість знадобиться для того, щоб продовжувати таку роботу.
We do need to be brave to do this kind of work. And I agree with Laura. So this is about time for us to stop. And Alexander, as speaking about closing remarks, please tell something in this regard to the audience and to the viewers. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody who was working on this. And for the entire Ukrainian community, this is a very important event. Conferences of this format are still new for us. And, the dynamics, the timing, all that is impressive. Andriy, thank you so much. Thank you for helping with the timing. And to finalize, I'm going to say one thing. We are not saying goodbye. The Pledge project, the experts, the team of the project in Kyiv and in many cities of Ukraine will continue working with you even further. So this ends this conference today, but tomorrow I hope that we will be able to meet at the regional level. Our team is going to travel and we will have parallel events in 4 municipalities. So thank you so much. Thank you for your support, and I wish you luck and success. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Alexander. And I am very happy to take part in this wonderful initiative for Ukraine. Cities, changes, prospects, and achievements. This ends our day 1 of the conference, and until next time.